This dude's name is Hack Non. His true identity is actually Pangu, the creator of the universe. Even though he holds the #1 power in the primordial world, he got so bored that he created a system just for fun. The system gave him the mission to train 12 characters in the Heavenly Palace, making them stronger for the future, like training Sun Wukong from a weak monkey into the great sage equal to heaven, feared by gods and Buddhas, training this random nobody to become the king of hell, controlling life and death at will, and a few other ridiculously overpowered disciples. But you'll have to keep watching to see them. And, okay, no more rambling. Let's get started. The story is finished, and the admin has covered it to the end. Hope you all enjoy watching. My name is Hack Non. I thought I was just a good-for-nothing who'd sit at home waiting to die, spending my whole life in bed, but I never thought I'd get transmigrated. I came to a fantasy world that everyone's crazy about. And for over 3 years, I've had a system, secret techniques, and a secret pair of demon wings. What the hell is this? Isn't this something from a Western story? But the one thing I don't have is the motivation to cultivate. It's so tiring. I really don't feel like doing anything. But staying like this isn't a good solution either. Wasting such a huge opportunity will probably get me punished by the heavens. Damn it, do you have any idea how hard I had to work to get this opportunity for you? Do you know how many people would kill for this? It's because of the unwritten rules, you know. No, I can't go on like this. First, I'll do 10 push-ups to get some motivation back. The guy does 1 push-up and his face turns pale sweat pouring down. Who knew that besides being lazy? I have another fatal flaw. The system panel shows a new mission for the guy. System reminder, mission time remaining 100 days. Mission failure, kill the host. And that flaw is being afraid of death. The guy's eyes nearly popped out of his head in fear. What? A time limit. It'll kill me. Suddenly the guy's motivation shot up by 1 billion. His legs started moving like an Olympic athlete's. This damn system never mentioned there was a time limit. He kept muttering, I'm gonna die, I'm gonna die, I'm gonna die, I'm gonna die, oh mama. He rode his red hair like a madman to the destination. The dude collapsed ass up in the air. Finally, I'm here. Oh, my old back. The mission objective must be to activate that treasure orb. Damn it, I ran for over 3 months for a stupid ball. Luckily, I made it in time. Hack Non touched the orb. It began to emit a glorious light that dazzled him. Congratulations, you have successfully activated the treasure orb. Next, allow me to introduce the situation in the Heavenly Palace. The Heavenly Palace. 1-minute introduction to the Heavenly Palace. The current era is the era of the Jade Emperor, and this era is known as the Golden Age in the history of the Heavenly Palace. Among the 12 peak martial masters, any one of them could defeat any opponent from other eras of the Heavenly Palace. However, despite this, the entire Heavenly Palace was destroyed in the year 1473 of the Jade Calendar, and all 12 peak martial masters died in battle. The mastermind behind the scenes was a mysterious figure who suddenly appeared from the West, calling themselves the Black Side Organization. You are currently in the year 773 of the Jade Calendar, 700 years before the destruction of the Heavenly Palace. Your mission is to increase the potential of the 12 peak martial masters. Let them surpass themselves and develop into ultimate masters, greater than any before, to save the common people 700 years from now. The introduction is complete. Congratulations on completing the first mission and receiving your reward. Then the system tossed the guy an item, a card named Great Sage's Song. It's a consumable item that allows the user to briefly attain peak strength, strong enough to defeat a Buddha. Host's second mission. Activate. Mission objective. Go to Flower Fruit Mountain, find Sun Wukong in his novice stage, and increase his potential value by 30%. The guy saw this and was stunned. His jaw dropped. He angrily slammed the system panel and yelled, "How can you call this the novice stage? And is it really necessary to travel halfway across the map just to watch a video? Can't I just do it directly through the system? Why, I seriously suspect you this system are messing with me. Do you know how? I barely survived these past 3 months." The guy growled like a rabid dog. This is driving me crazy. Luckily, the first mission was delayed for over 3 years, so this one will probably be the same. Haha, no need to worry. No need to worry about solving it right away. This is a terminal case of super procrastination. Suddenly, the system panel displayed the time limit for the new mission. Only 3 days. The guy's jaw dropped again. He went berserk, his teeth turning sharp like a shark's, and gave the system a thumbs up. You damn system, you're targeting me on purpose, aren't you? Hack Nun frantically ran for his life, screaming, I'm dead, I'm so dead. He sprinted across the map. I'm gonna die, I'm gonna die. 3 days later, on the outskirts of Fire Mountain, a group of people was standing in the middle of the road. The guy was lying on the ground, playing dead, a terrified look on his face. Immortal Masters, what seems to be the problem? Let's talk this out slowly. Please, please don't attack. In front of the dude were several big shots with dog heads, cat heads, and faces as black as charcoal. A mere mortal like you, what are you doing in the Demon Beast mountain range? This old man with his white beard is one of the 3 great righteous sex masters, the master of the heavenly gate, Liu Yuan, with a late-stage nascent soul cultivation. I was just picking medicinal herbs and accidentally got lost here. I hope the immortal masters can forgive me. Do I have to be this unlucky? I haven't even met the Monkey King yet. And now I've been discovered by a bunch of cultivators. This guy doesn't look like a good person. Immediately, the big shots surrounded the dude. He's just a mortal. How dare he enter an area full of demon beasts? He doesn't know his own limits. Now get lost. That's right, you scoundrel. Get lost, old geezer. Whitebeard burst out laughing as if he had a trick up his sleeve. Wait, I have a better idea. Why don't we suck out all of this kid's life essence? If we refine it into a blood-chi pill, we might attract 2 more demon beasts. Xian was terrified. What, suck out all my life essence? The kid, about to piss his pants from fear, pointed at the bosses and said, judging by your clothes, aren't you guys supposed to be righteous cultivators? How can you do something like this? Besides, isn't there a rule in the cultivation world that cultivators can't attack ordinary people? Hearing this, the group burst out laughing as if it was the funniest thing they'd ever heard. The old geezer laughed like a maniac. Oh, little brother, you're so naive and adorable. What damn rules? The big fish eating the small fish. That's the only rule in the cultivation world. Terrified, the kid fell to the ground with a thud. Holy crap, no. Don't come any closer. I'm telling you, I have a secret weapon. The guy pulled out a card he had tucked away. Tisk, I guess I have no choice but to use it now. Once I meet the Monkey King, I can figure something else out. He suddenly felt some kind of power. This feeling, it's coming. It's almost here. A steady stream of power is flooding my body. I feel like I'm about to explode. Seeing the brilliant light, these troublemakers started to get suspicious. What's happening? That aura. What's going on? What is this aura coming from the kid? The kid went Super Saiyan with flames bursting out from behind him. This is awesome. So this is what it feels like to be powerful. It feels damn good. Come on, you bastards. Didn't you want to see the big fish eat the small one? Today, I'll teach you all a lesson. He had only been posturing for a few seconds when the power vanished, leaving the clueless kid standing in broad daylight. Huh, what the hell? It's supposed to be short, but not this short, right? The system panel appeared, giving the guy some shocking news. Congratulations, host. The Great Sage's song has been successfully activated. Your Great Sage will arrive on the battlefield in 10 minutes. The kid's face went completely blank. 10 minutes? His face looked like he was severely constipated. Why the hell didn't you mention the cooldown sooner? This is so damn embarrassing. The old geezer immediately grabbed Xian by the collar. Spit it out! What was that aura just now? Suddenly a shout from behind caught his attention. Hey, you hairless brat! A scene behind some village. Pose. With a super cool stance and a massive dragon. What are you looking at? Yeah, I'm talking to you. Yeah, sweet. It was none other than the one our hero was looking for, the handsome Monkey King in his youth, Sun Wukong. So, you're the ones who have been lurking in the shadows, hunting and killing my monkey subjects. The old geezer furiously gritted his teeth. Damn it, a demon king. Why is he here? We only killed a few of his mid-level demons. Was it really worth all this? Damn it, I just came out to have a little fun. How did I get so unlucky? It's too late to call for the ancestors' help. Damn it. Grunt. The old man flew into the sky, creating a magic formation twice his size. He roared at his underlings, buy me some time. I just need to cast 2 high-level spells and we're good to go. His underlings panicked, not understanding what the old geezer was doing. Sekmaster, you're actually going to fight him. He's a demon king. Our low-level spells are useless against him. It's over. Am I going to die today? But I haven't even had a taste of a man yet. Cut the crap, shouted the old man. I just need enough time for my treasure to charge, and even a demon king will die. Over on the side, Wukong casually picked his nose. Oh, is that so? He lay back, letting his underlings attend to him, showing complete contempt for the old man. You're pretty confident, aren't you, little guy? All right then. This king will wait. No need to rush. Make sure your spell is a strong one. If you need more time, I can give it to you. Hearing this, the geezer's underlings were scared out of their minds, but our hero was ecstatic, cheering. That's right. Take as much time as you need, since he still had 8 minutes to wait for the great sage. The old geezer laughed, a vile expression on his face. All right then, you're the one who told me to wait. Don't go embarrassing yourself in front of your monkey subjects. 5 minutes later, a whirlwind appeared, lifting the old geezer into the sky. Wukong had already woken up from a good nap. Is it done yet? I've been waiting forever for this. The old bastard stood on a vortex, gathering the power of a high-level magic formation, unleashing an incredibly terrifying force. The old bastard grinned smugly from ear to ear. Ha ha, you foolish monkey. Tell me, don't you think you're just like some stupid villain from a novel? Do you even know? This is a true celestial weapon bestowed upon me by the great ancestor. Its only weakness is that it takes too long to activate. A celestial weapon. Could it be a magical artifact from the heavenly palace? Even I am seeing one for the first time in my life. With this, even the demon king would fall. The old bastard's face flushed red as he pointed 2 fingers straight at Wukong. Time to say goodbye, you stinking damn monkey. The magic formation created countless deadly laser beams that shot down, rushing towards Wukong. Under the old bastard's control, the pressure was so strong that it nearly blew away the young disciples behind him. The old bastard screamed like a rabid dog again. Die, you little monkey! Wukong stood calmly taking the hits from those Kamehameha-like blasts. He smirked, as if he didn't give a damn. Certain that his blast had hit, the old bastard laughed like he'd never laughed before. He roared with joy. Ha ha ha! Turn to dust, you stinking monkey! I told you! Once the celestial weapon is activated, you're guaranteed to die, you damn stinking monkey! Just as he turned away, a voice echoed out. Aren't you celebrating a little too early, buddy? When he turned around, the old bastard nearly shit himself. Wukong had transformed into a massive ape, just like Goku. What the hell is happening? How does he not have a single scratch? And how did he get so big? Wukong flew straight towards the old bastard, with a giant fist behind him. Watch closely, and I'll show you what true power is. As soon as he finished speaking, Wukong threw a faint punch at the old guy that obliterated the mountains behind him, making the old bastard turn deathly pale. The old bastard's disciples were so terrified their eyes bulged and their jaws dropped. What, he destroyed a whole mountain with one punch? Wukong swaggered. You want more, kid? On the other side, the old bastard was helpless. He dropped to his knees, tears streaming down his face. He was crying his eyes out, begging Wukong, big brother, the one and only. Second to none. I beg you, sir, go easy on me. Spare this lowly one's life. Wukong gradually shrank back to his normal size and walked step by step towards the old bastard. Suddenly, my eyes met hers. Wukong turned to the guy next to him and gave him a flirtatious glance. Getting that look from the little monkey scared the piss out of the guy. The guy was so scared he was drooling, saying, No, great master, this humble one is not with them. Damn it, great master, please stop looking at me. I'm just a small fry. Is there anything about me worth your attention? As soon as he finished speaking, Wukong raised a fist as big as his face and replied, Just now, you little brat. You gave me an extremely uncomfortable feeling. The guy was so scared he could have filled a bucket. Wait a minute. This humble one actually came here to ask the great king to be my master. Wukong lowered his fist, puzzled. Be my master. The man immediately knelt down and began to pour his heart out. Exactly, Master high above, please accept this disciple's bow. Ever since I was 3 years old, this disciple has heard the mighty legends of the handsome Monkey King every day. Master of Flower Fruit Mountain, the biggest dream of every child in my village is to come to Flower Fruit Mountain and ask you to be their master. His mouth trembled as he tried to stall for time. Today I finally have the chance to fulfill my wish. Please, you must accept me as your disciple. If not, I won't be able to go on living. System notification, 15 seconds required for Goku to reach the battlefield. Quick, just need to stall a little longer. Oh, so I'm really that famous. Really that famous out there? It's true. If I'm lying, may I be struck by lightning 5 times, I swear. Suddenly, Wukong's face filled with killing intent. If that's the case, then you deserve to die even more. The man's face was aghast. Why, I thought I had him. Only 2 seconds left now. Wukong's entire body burst into flames. He raised both hands about to smash the man's head in. Because you humans are fundamentally unworthy of being my disciples. The blow created a huge explosion that shook the ground, but the monkey looked around and couldn't see the guy anywhere. He wondered what happened. Where did that human go? Wasn't that kid immortal? When Wukong turned around, he was met with a surreal sight. Golden armor, golden boots. A stranger appeared on a rock with terrifying power and a blinding light. As expected of one of the 12 peak masters, he turned his head, gave a charming look, and replied, "His power is truly frighteningly strong." The monkey saw the glorious light. He was so scared he could have wet himself. What the hell is this situation? Why do I have this familiar feeling? What's going on? What is this familiar aura model? Before he could even recover, that flashy Goku vanished. Goku flash-stepped behind the old geezer. The guy swung his staff, knocking the old man down. For what you did earlier. You immortal bastard, didn't you just say you wanted to refine this young master into a blood essence pill? He grabbed the man's leg and smashed him repeatedly from left to right. Come here, take this. Didn't you say it was the big fish eating the small fish? After that, the guy repeatedly spanked the old man's butt as if disciplining a child, completely draining his strength. Where's that arrogant power of yours now? Senior, I was wrong. Great Sage, I was wrong. Over here, Wukong was witnessing it all. A huge grin spread across his face, finding the situation very amusing. Wukong's entire body radiated a challenging, murderous aura. All right, stop wasting time with that piece of trash. Come over here and play with this king for a bit. Suddenly, a voice from behind startled both monkeys. Audacious beast! A mysterious figure appeared, his entire body radiating an immense aura. The old man screamed, sputtering everywhere. An immortal! I can't believe it. A true immortal. Immortal, please save me. He rejoiced, pointing at the 2 monkeys and laughing loudly. Ha ha ha. A true god from the heavenly palace has descended to the mortal realm. You demons and monsters are dead meat. Ha ha ha. This so-called god sneered. That's right. You wretched beasts. Seeing a high immortal from the heavenly palace, why have you not knelt? Wukong replied. The heavenly palace? It's just a bunch of hairy things. When I have some free time, I'll just carve my name on it and surpass you all. Wukong stood up, channeling his power towards the celestial being. Golden light, body binding spell. A golden rope immediately shot out, tying up his entire body. The immortal's face darkened, then he smirked smugly. You fool who doesn't know your place. Is this all the skill you have? Is this all the power you possess? Then allow this venerable one to gently before he could finish. He was stunned to realize it wasn't going to be that easy. The immortal flexed his butt cheeks and strained with all his might. He struggled and rolled around, but still couldn't break free. This guy's face started to turn pale. What the hell is going on? This young master has been in seclusion for a few years. Have the demonic beasts of the lower realm all become this powerful? Suddenly, Wukong's massive flying dragon charged from behind. Seeing that he was about to die, the immortal was stunned. Hey, I was just simply passing by, trying to act tough. That's all. That was the last thing he screamed before being burned to a crisp by the flying dragon. To all you fellow cultivators down there who love to show off, be extremely careful. The old man's eyes were popping out of his head in helplessness. The high immortal is gone just like that. That was too anticlimactic. Suddenly, the flying dragon's eyes glowed brightly. It flew straight into the sky, bathed in a glorious light. Well now, it managed to break through. The old man was so shocked, he fainted on the spot. Immortal Elder, did you descend from afar just to give us experience points? Sob, I'm really dead this time. Just then, the flying dragon grew even larger. It descended from the sky, spreading its wings to show off its magnificent body, stunning Wukong's underlings. My God, it's really as big as Flower Fruit Mountain. Ha ha, I can't believe I mutated and evolved into a 12-winged dragon king. How exhilarating. Damn, this feels good. Its eyes were filled with murderous intent. Now I am the master. Even that stinky monkey is probably no longer my match. Just as it finished speaking, a gigantic staff plummeted from the sky straight towards the flying dragon. The dragon was so scared it could have pissed itself. What is this thing? The impact shook the entire region like an atomic bomb. And so, the first 12-winged flying dragon in history was erased at the age of 765. Seeing this spectacle, Wukong and his minions were frozen for 5 seconds. Flower Fruit Mountain has been erased too. Where are we going to sleep tonight? Over on the other side, the guy scratched his head sheepishly. Ha ha ha. My apologies. It's my first time using this as-you-will gold-banded cudgel. The size is a bit hard to control. Wukong's face. It looked like he was about to take a dump. Oh, mother. If he hits me with that staff again, even I won't be able to take it. He turned back to Goku and shouted, "Hey, relying on a weapon doesn't make you a true hero. If you've got the guts, let's fight with our bare hands." Bare hands, huh? Fine by me. Goku put his hands on his hips, brimming with confidence. What do you want to compete in strength, speed, or endurance pick? Whichever one you think you're best at. This venerable one will take you on in all of them. Wukong couldn't help but scoff. You just have a slightly better weapon. What's there to be so smug about? In that case, this king will use my worst speed to utterly crush you. My worst speed, you say? But inwardly the guy was laughing his head off. You stupid stinking monkey. I'm your future, as if I don't know what you're best at. Wukong channeled his spiritual energy and said, at the edge of the continent on Penglai, Immortal Island, an infinite rainbow lotus has bloomed. Have you heard of it? So what if I have? Wukong, while getting in a running start, said, "All right then, whoever gets a petal from the infinite rainbow lotus first wins." The moment he finished speaking, he shot up like a flash of lightning. Then he yelled, "Somersault Cloud!" Instantly, the somersault cloud flew down from the sky like the flash for Wukong to grab. "I, the great sage, will go on ahead," he declared, then vanished, leaving everyone stunned. So fast. The old man and his disciple were dumbfounded. Holy crap, Penglai Immortal Island is like 1,000,000 miles from here. When the old man looked back to where the other guy was, he was surprised. That other guy has vanished too. Scene change to the Penglai Immortal Island archipelago. The somersault cloud had just landed at an incredible speed, causing Wukong to fall flat on his face. Wukong roared in anger. But the somersault cloud also gave Wukong a big, loving welcome. "You damn bastard, every time we fly, you never care about the landing." "Right." Wukong clutched his aching face and whined. "You did that on purpose, didn't you?" "This damn cloud, boy, it was definitely on purpose." Suddenly, before Wukong's eyes was a giant radiant flower. Ha ha ha! As expected, all 28 petals of the infinite rainbow lotus are still here. Looks like this king has won. Scene changed back to the meeting spot after half an incense stick's time. Goku was now waiting for Wukong, outside Flower Fruit Mountain. "This won't do, you're only just getting back. Now I've been back for ages." Wukong was still hurting from the huge lump on his cheek, caused by the somersault cloud. This king just happened to have to take care of some other business, that's all. But I was afraid of crashing again, so I chose to fly back on my own. Don't you get all smug. So what if you got back early? If you couldn't get a petal from the lotus, you still lose. Wukong replied, pulling out the entire lotus plant. "Oh, and how would you know I didn't get one?" "Haha, that's because this king went before you and already put all the lotus petals in my bag." Oh my god, I can't believe it's really the infinite rainbow lotus from Penglai Immortal Island. He got it in the short time it takes for an incense stick to burn. Wukong's monkey followers also cheered in admiration. Unbelievable. "As expected of our great king, you truly are a god." Hearing his followers' praise, Wukong was ecstatic, laughing like a madman. The other guy just watched with a bored expression. He gave a modest laugh. "Haha, oh, this is nothing. I just took care of it while I was out." "Ha ha ha, now stop your nonsense and admit defeat." "Hurry up and admit defeat." "But there's a reason I didn't get the lotus, because I honestly didn't expect this body to be so fast." The moment I started running, I immediately drew the attention of all the gods and Buddhas in the heavens. To be safe, I had to stop myself from going to get the lotus. This made Wukong scowl, thinking, is this guy for real? And the old man's disciples were all frozen in place. Wukong burst out laughing so hard he cried, "Ha ha ha! You're quite the braggart, aren't you?" The attention of all the gods and Buddhas. What nonsense. Why don't you just say the Jade Emperor saw you and got so scared he fell off his throne? If you can really do that, this king will do a handstand for you to see. The guy didn't seem to care at all. He just bent down, getting ready to demonstrate again. Man, that was already really dangerous. Do I really have to perform again? Watch closely now. Don't you dare blink. The moment he finished speaking, the guy used all his strength and took off like a rocket, creating brilliant flashes of lightning that made the ground crack and crumble. His running formed a giant tornado. The tornado shot straight up into the sky. The entire crowd watched, jaws agape in terror. A strange phenomenon appeared in the sky, a cluster of eyes, the gazes of all the gods and Buddhas staring straight down at them. Wukong's face went as pale as a ghost. All he could manage to say was, "Holy shit." Just then, Goku finished his demonstration and landed in front of the panicking Wukong. Even I scared myself using that skill. Unleashing my full power like that was a bit over the top, wasn't it? Good thing I have a cloaking technique. I can't just use that power recklessly next time. Asterisk. Too dangerous. At that moment, the young, handsome Monkey King felt an emotion that he had never once experienced since the day he leaped from the stone. He then learned that this emotion was called disappointment. Wukong collapsed helpless, his face a mess of emotions, as he uttered, I lost. Just when you thought he had learned to be as obedient as a puppy, he suddenly screamed, "But I don't accept it. You only won because of all that fancy, powerful gear you're wearing." Claiming I won unfairly. Oh, so this little pig doesn't know who he's messing with, huh? All right then, how about I let you borrow some of my VIP level 12 gem-encrusted gear? With that smug look on your face, you've got no more excuses, right? The kid's face lit up as he laughed loudly. Okay then, bring it on. Let's see me smash you into a pile of crap. Suddenly, Wukong remembered something. His face turned red as a tomato and he started sweating bullets. He couldn't bring himself to say it. How about, I let you off the hook for today. We'll fight again, some other time. Little bros, let's bounce. Seeing Wukong suddenly acting as meek as a lamb and trying to run away. The guy's face scrunched up full of question marks. His little follower's jaws dropped, not understanding what the hell this Monkey King was thinking. Boss, this is a golden opportunity. That's right. After you swap gear, he's definitely no match for you. Boss, flower fruit. Mountain is gone, boss. You have to get revenge. Or what? Or what? You'll have to answer to your ancestors. That's what. Every word made Wukong's face darken with shame. All right. I get it. So annoying. Give me the gear. I'll go over there and trade with him. The guy's face was full of confusion, feeling like something was very strange about this. After speaking, Wukong ran far away. Hiding behind a pile of rubble, he took off his clothes while thinking, change quickly, I'm dead if I get caught. Then he suddenly turned around and saw the guy staring at him with a totally perverted look on his face. The kid was so panicked, he started stammering, I'm screwed. This is it. I'm so screwed. And so Goku laughed his head off. Ha ha ha, you're something else. As for Wukong, his blood was boiling. He chased after him like he wanted to suck his blood. Get back here, stand still for me. Suddenly he turned his head and oh crap, he was standing out in the open in broad daylight. The whole crowd's eyes went wide as if they couldn't believe what they were seeing. The thing on the Monkey King's muscular arm wasn't a soaring dragon or a dancing phoenix, but a bunch of teddy bears that looked cute as hell. Even the old man and his disciple were dumbfounded, giving him a judgmental stare. What in the world is this? Is that supposed to be a Demon King's tattoo? Then what's in his pants is definitely not a monster. A follower held back the raging Wukong, laughing gleefully. What the hell are you laughing at? Is there something so funny? Says who? Who says a Demon King can't have a cute tattoo? Says who? Damn it. I'll kill you all. Boss. Please calm down a little. No one's laughing at you, sir. You're just being too sensitive. After his fit of rage, Wukong curled up on the ground and sobbed. Sniff. Why? Why can't a man like cute things? How can I ever show my face again? How will they ever obey me again? After half an incense stick's time, Wukong was now wearing a full set of VIP 12 armor, but he still couldn't forget the earlier situation. He blushed with embarrassment, thinking to himself. He encouraged himself, stop thinking about it, stop thinking about it, focus completely on the fight. Wukong flew high into the air, flexing his power in a show of force, while Goku remained calm with his arms crossed. Wukong, full of energy, shouted loudly, "Ha ha ha!" As expected, it was just a matter of equipment. Wukong rushed towards Goku at lightning speed, bringing his staff down with both hands straight at the guy's head. At that moment, the guy was holding up his own fist, thinking, what should I name this punch? Goku channeled his spiritual energy into his hand, creating a pose like a certain bald-headed hero. Or maybe I'll just call it a normal punch. My technique has 100,000 openings. How could you possibly beat me? The collision of the two monkeys created an explosion that shattered the ground around them. The shockwave even spread across an entire continent. 6. In the blink of an eye, this contest. Suffering, consciousness, trust, scripture. The unknown, communication, reason, hope, time, hatred, burning. Slave master, love, bondage. Darkness, new life, chaos, freedom. The young Wukong seemed to have seen through all truths, but it was as if he lost everything after the brawl. The one smashed into the ground was Wukong. Goku didn't have a single scratch on him. Right now, Wukong's face looked like he was high on drugs, his mouth agape, completely unable to understand. Was that just now called the Wei's intent? A kind of power from a higher realm, Wukong wondered. How can I achieve it? Your martial path is too obsessed with perfection. Even though you pursue the strongest weapon or the method of eternal immortality, you ignore the fact that the Great Way itself is not perfect. Only by giving up on perfection and simultaneously accepting both reason and chaos can the true state of the Great Way's intent be born. At that point, your martial path will no longer be mere skill, but an art, a state of being. Wukong's face darkened as if he were constipated. The Great Way is not perfect. Those words made Wukong feel as if everything he had strived for his entire life had shattered in an instant. In a fog, Wukong felt something inside him collapse. And with that collapse, a large, tightly shut door appeared. Inside was something he had never imagined, a new path. Because of this, the system panel appeared. Congratulations! Wukong's potential value has successfully increased by 30%. Congratulations on completing the mission, rewarding the user with a new peak character card Neja. The guy took the Neja character card and was so happy he cried. I can't believe every mission reward is a peak character card. I'm so happy. My safety is finally guaranteed. On the other side, Wukong knelt down to make peace. Great Master, you are my benefactor. Please accept me as your disciple. He bowed once to show his determination. Please, boss, take me as your disciple. Well, it's not out of the question, but you must agree to one condition of mine. Hearing that he could agree, Wukong confidently said, just say it. Whatever it is, I can do it. The guy's face looked incredibly smug. It's very simple. From now on, you are not allowed to interact with anything cute ever again. Wukong's face went blank. You pig! Are you messing with your master? Hey. What kind of request is that, boss? You're being so cruel. Just swear an oath, and I will take you as my disciple. Become a true manly man. Or a weird little sissy. The choice is yours. Wukong's face was covered in tears, trembling, not knowing which to choose. This. The helpless monkey screamed out, Forgive me, great master, I can't do it. He covered his face and sobbed, then poured out his heart. I know a strong warrior shouldn't have such strange hobbies. But I can't help it. I just can't. You understand, right? Hearing this, the guy couldn't hold back his laughter. He rushed over and put the monkey in a headlock, smiling. I was just kidding, you idiot. Now the guy's face turned serious again, completely different from when he was laughing his head off at the other guy just moments ago. We have the right to like whatever we want, as long as it doesn't harm anyone. Damn it. What about those bastards who dare to laugh at you? If anyone dares to call you weird, your master will go with you and beat the crap out of that bastard. After being cool for a few seconds, the guy started scratching himself as he walked away. What are you spacing out for? Hurry up! Yes, master, seeing the monkey had successfully become a disciple. The whole crowd behind them rushed to ask as well. Great master, we also want to be your disciples, us too know. More people will only bring more danger. Suddenly, the guy's face grew serious as he thought about what happened earlier. That's right. He had to say it again. What on earth has happened to this world? The Monkey King's servants are clearly Western creatures. The magic formations are the same, and the locals don't seem to find it strange at all. It's like they've gotten used to it over time, huh? Doesn't that mean that mysterious Western organizations will suddenly invade after 700 years? So what's happening right now? While he was thinking, the system panel suddenly appeared. Geez, can you not pop up so suddenly? My heart can't take it. Third mission opened. Find the young war goddess, the ninth heaven profound maiden, and increase her potential by 30%. The first war goddess in history, the ninth heaven, profound maiden. You guys have a truly fearsome reputation. Scene change to the grand hall of the women's kingdom at night. Right now, there's a guy chained up like a dog with a bunch of magic formations. The one chained up is a red demon who was just cheated on by his girlfriend, hence the rather long horns. He chuckled. As expected of a nation's monarch, you're on a completely different level from those minor sects. The lady with the two big assets is the queen of Western Liang. It took the queen 3 hard days of fighting to capture him. You don't need to struggle anymore, Demon King. Over here. This Demon King is twisting his own neck, his face like a dry skull. Even if you turn into a pile of dry bones, you can't escape. The heavenly secret grand formation. Once it's formed, no one in this entire cultivation world can break it. This king is that confident. The number one formation on the continent is truly not an empty boast. But what if this king told you that I have grasped the true power of the realm, the what? The moment the lady spoke, a teleportation circle appeared beneath her feet, pulling her down before she could react. Before her eyes now is a completely unfamiliar place. So pretty amazing, isn't it? Before the lady are several giant skeletons, thousands of times larger than before. This is this king's realm power, the domain of knowledge. In here, this king is the true god, the lord of all existence. Right after that, Western Liang was tied up tightly by the Demon King in a sexy pose. You can only be arranged by this king. You've lost. From this day forward, the entire women's kingdom will be my plaything, and of course, that includes you. My dear queen. Scene changed to the guy's location 7 days later on the outskirts of the women's kingdom. We can already see the women's kingdom. I really don't feel like completing this mission at all. My disciple was just a few steps away, but I was forced to delay for another day to get here. From behind a rock, Wukong peeked out and spoke. Master, do you really want to transform into this form? Are you done transforming? Hurry up and let me see. Wukong shyly stepped out in the form of an adorable baby monkey. I like cute things, but isn't this a bit too much? He covered his face with his hands, embarrassed. Damn it, this is so embarrassing. What's there to be embarrassed about? Didn't I already tell you? This is part of cultivation. You'll understand later. The guy next to him thought the monkey was adorable, so he hugged him and said, When have I ever done anything to harm you, my disciple? Just look at this guy's smiling face. He's a real scoundrel. In reality, the scumbag Hawk's inner thoughts were, bringing along a harmless mascot like this, the chance of encountering enemies directly drops by 50%. Just then, while the master and disciple were having a heart-to-heart, a guy was spying on them from behind a rock, grinning from ear to ear, with a dangerous look in his eyes. A moment later, the two men came out to start a conversation. You two gentlemen look unfamiliar. You must be new travelers here for the first time, right? The short old man grinned widely. It must have been a tiring journey. You'll definitely need a place to stay, right? We even have entertainment programs, you know. Huck Nyan froze for a moment, processing it. The guy started drooling as he imagined it in his head. A place to stay, and entertainment programs. Another personality appeared behind him, angry. Huck Nyan, what the hell are you thinking? Don't you dare bring your filthy thoughts into a pure cultivation world like this. How could that exist in another world? It's definitely not what I think. Then the short old man leaned into Huck Nyan's ear. And they're all beautiful young maidens, bro. The guy's face went completely blank. Huck Nyan struggled reluctantly, but was grabbed by the tall old man. No, it's not necessary. I'm not of legal age yet. At that moment, the short old man's expression turned menacing. He was about to show off his power, but he had no idea he'd run into some reckless guys. To be honest with you, sir, the women's kingdom is already in the hands of our boss. All the beauties in this city can be yours for the taking. Haknyan immediately felt something was wrong. In his hands, the old man took something out. If you don't believe me, sir, take a look at this. Suddenly, the orb in the old man's hand lit up, revealing a scene of luscious babes that would make any man lose it. They're all famous figures in the women's kingdom. How about it? Exciting, isn't it? The old man's casual words made the guy's face twist in anger. If you're not satisfied and want something more stimulating, we have that too. As for the extent, he said, laughing like an Indian joker, the only limit is your imagination. Wukong had reached his limit. He gritted his teeth as if he wanted to chew the two old men alive. You damn bastards! Scum! As soon as he finished speaking, Wukong sent the short old man flying with a palm strike. He spat out everything he'd eaten. The short old man, his face twisted from the blow, screamed in pain. You! What are you doing? Wukong pinned the old man to the ground and prepared the most loving punch in the world. What am I doing, you pig? Obviously, I'm serving justice in the name of heaven. Just then, Haknyan coolly stepped forward. Wukong, stop, huh? Master Haknyan pulled Wukong's shirt back and gave the short old man an apologetic laugh. Ha ha ha, so sorry. My disciple is ignorant and has offended you. We'll leave right now. The guy grabbed the little monkey and bolted out of there like a bat out of hell. Hope to never see you again. The two old men sat back down for a little chat. Are we just going to let them go like that? The short old man's twisted face had already completely recovered. Forget it. That weakling isn't the person we're looking for. Scene changed to Wukong. At this moment, the monkey was fuming. What's wrong? Are you angry? Wukong turned his head away and shouted, No, if what he said is true and his boss has taken over the entire women's kingdom with such immense power, then think about it. Would he really need to stand on a street corner to solicit customers? I think they're spreading information in a small area waiting for someone to take the bait. Wukong looked bewildered, unable to think that far ahead. Really, the women's kingdom is probably just bait. They have a much bigger scheme in mind, but no matter what, we have to kill all of those scummy old men. That's why we can't alert the enemy. After hearing his master's convoluted speech, Wukong knelt down to make peace. I was wrong, master. This disciple actually misunderstood you in my heart. I thought you were just a coward afraid of trouble, and I even dared to suspect that your previous display of strength was just an act. This disciple deserves death. Please punish me. Hearing his disciple's apology, Haknyan felt like a knife had stabbed him in the heart. Ha ha ha, how could that be? How could your master be that kind of person, right? The man was both embarrassed and trying to play it cool, but in reality, just now, he really did run away based on his cowardly instincts, only realizing something was wrong afterward. All right, let's not waste any more time. Let's enter the city. A quick battle, a quick victory. I will follow all of your orders, master. Just then, someone approached from behind. Hey, you two perverts over there. Hearing that, Wukong froze for a few seconds. It was a stunningly beautiful babe holding two dolls. Your accomplices have all been defeated. Where do you think you're running to? Seeing two familiar-looking dolls, they immediately recognized them as the two guys from just now. What kind of sorcery is that? Just then, the system interface suddenly popped up. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have found the target, the Nine Heavens profound maiden in her youth. Hachnan broke out in a cold sweat, horrified. She's the Nine Heavens profound maiden. The profound maiden gritted her teeth and roared in anger, using my daughter as a plaything. You scumbags have pushed me to my limit. The moment she finished speaking, the profound maiden grabbed her enormous sword and charged forward to gut him. The guy was scared out of his mind. Whoa, big sis, can you just listen to me explain for a second or two? As someone with a serious case of battle lust, Wukong also switched into slaughter mode, shouting, Master, what's there to explain? Wukong flashed in front of the profound maiden, ready to fight with his big round fists. Bloodthirsty Wukong charged straight at her, but before he could even land a hit, she countered him. Finding it too easy, the profound maiden instinctively felt something was wrong. A clone, she immediately spun around to defend as Wukong suddenly appeared lunging toward her. Nice reflexes, woman, but it's too late. Wukong poured his spiritual energy into his fist, aiming for a finishing blow. The attack created a massive earth-shattering explosion that shattered the surrounding ground. From within the rubble, the profound maiden still felt the damage and struggled back to her feet. Seeing this, Wukong grinned with delight. Excellent! You took a direct punch from me and can still move. In that case, let this king. Before he could finish his sentence, he was struck by a blow so fast he couldn't even react. The profound maiden unleashed her skill, sorrowful parting sword. Dance countless slashes cut through Wukong's flesh. Damn it! To think she could land so many hits in such a short time. So fast! After that, Wukong collapsed, landing face first on the ground. He quickly sprang back up, still reeling. The profound maiden's power made the guy wary, and he exclaimed, "This woman is too strong to be able to wound Wukong this badly in just 2 exchanges." Calm down, calm down. Now's not the right time to use the card. The guy ran toward his disciple shouting, "Monkey, are you all right? Can you handle this? This woman is incredibly strong. In the past, this would have been a tough fight. But now, with Master's great Tao realm, your disciple will definitely win." The guy shouted in alarm. What? What do you mean? You mean, you've learned the power of the realm, yes. Yes, Master. Hechnan threw up his hands in helpless disbelief. How is that even possible? It's impossible. Wukong gave a confident wink and a thumbs up. It's true. Although I can't use it like you, Master, I shouldn't have any problem executing it. If you don't believe me, just watch carefully. The moment he finished speaking, the monkey erupted with terrifying power. Wukong's eyes seemed to transform as if he had attained the great Tao itself, understanding its inherent imperfection, embracing the chaos. The profound maiden immediately sensed the danger. What is this aura? Wukong clasped his hands, gathering spiritual energy and fusing it with chaos. All the energy from the surrounding space converged, causing the ground to crack and splinter. The skill formed in his hand. A small sphere of light that shone with brilliant intensity. Seeing this, the guy's jaw dropped in utter shock. Holy crap, it's really the power of the great Tao faced with his disciple's badass display. He couldn't help but exclaim in praise. That kid only saw it one time. His comprehension is just too heaven-defying. The profound maiden's face turned pale as she broke out in a cold sweat. This is bad. This feeling isn't good at all. This is absolutely not good. That tiny sphere of light was making the profound maiden feel something she had never experienced before, an immense, overwhelming pressure. She had no choice but to use her secret art. The ring on her finger suddenly began to glow. I have to face this with everything I've got, or I'll die. A mystical formation appeared around her. Countless different swords materialized out of thin air. Phantom formation. The swords aimed their tips directly at Wukong. The 2 streams of spiritual energy clashed, leaving Hachnan in awe. Her own power is ordinary, but the pressure is on par with the power of the realm. Know that pressure isn't coming from the woman herself. It's coming from those swords. Is every single one of them a legendary divine weapon? At last, Wukong understood why he had searched for years and couldn't find a single one. Damn it. And here I thought I had her power figured out. But compared to Master's power, this is nothing. Come on, let's... Just as he finished his sentence, before he could even make a move, red orbs began to appear, flying about erratically. The power of the great Tao is going out of control. Oh crap. I'm about to lose control of it. Wukong lost control of the realm's power, causing the energy to detonate. The monkey was sent flying from his own blast. Damn it, I was so close. Seeing his disciple's epic fail, the guy rushed over to him. Monkey, what's wrong? Are you okay? Master, I'm all right. It's just my body is temporarily paralyzed. The power of the realm is too strong. I couldn't control it, and the backlash hit me. It's okay. It's okay. Just a little more practice, and you'll definitely get it. As long as you're all right, that's all that matters. From the side, the mystic maiden suddenly spoke up. I never expected a subordinate of the great demon king of lust to possess such strength. Her eyes were filled with killing intent, wanting to slaughter these 2 guys. I let my guard down. The guy next to him, seeing the tense situation, panicked and raised his hands to make peace. Wait a minute, heroine, you've misunderstood. We are not subordinates of the Lust Demon King, like he said. Master, don't waste your breath on her. Just attack her directly. Hachnan kicked his junior right in the face. Attack your head. All you ever know is fighting and killing. Use your brain for once. The cooldown for the peak level card is 10 minutes. For now, our main fighter monkey is also temporarily out of commission. I have to get on this Mystic Maiden's good side first play the sycophant. Then when the opportunity arises, I'll make my move. Heroine, in truth, we are righteous people just like you. We intend to go to the women's kingdom to save people. Surely you have the same intention, milady. Of course. You say you're not their accomplices. Where's your proof? Hacknon switched into full-on taunt mode. Proof, you ask? Of course we don't have any. But I believe that a heroine as beautiful as a flower, with such a majestic and refreshing presence as yourself, would certainly not commit the laughable sin of doubting us right. Your heroic aura shines as brightly as the stars in the sky. I felt it. From the very first moment I saw you. A great figure like you must surely have compassion for the world in her heart. You definitely wouldn't harm an innocent person, would you? Being asked such a sensitive question, the girl broke out in a sweat. That's a matter of course. I would always rather let the guilty go free than kill a single innocent person. But since you have no proof, it wouldn't be right for me to let you go either. Heroine, don't worry, we have a solution. How about you let us enter the city with you? If you find anything suspicious, you can kill us on the spot. The Mystic Maiden was completely led by the nose by the guy. That doesn't sound too bad. After that, the whole group hurried toward the city gate. We mustn't delay. Follow me. Okay. Having successfully survived the encounter, the Mystic Maiden turned her face back and said, that's right. I'm used to traveling alone. I don't like strangers getting close. Please stay more than 2 zheng away from me. The guy ran up next to her with a bright smile and said, Hey, don't be so cold. We're comrades in arms now, aren't we? The moment the guy put his hand on her shoulder, the Mystic Maiden immediately drew her sword and slashed. But the guy dodged just in time, watching as the slash left a long gash in the ground. He broke out in a cold sweat and scrambled away. All right, more than 2 zheng it is. As they were walking, Wukong opened his mouth to gossip. With such a cold personality and that much divine energy, she must be that female sword demon, huh? Sword demon? You mean the sword demon Lin Huangmaster? You've never heard of her. The guy still had a clueless look on his face. Who's that? Is she someone worth you being so serious about? Wukong then told the legend of the sword demon Lin Huang, one of the top masters on the Celestial Palace's current martial rankings, and also the only known member of the most mysterious organization, the Sakra of the Celestial Palace martial rankings. Sakra. What's that? I'm not sure about the specifics either. Maybe they're the most powerful people in the Celestial Palace. No, that's not right, given her rank. It's impossible that she's never encountered the realm of Mind Force, but just now, she looked like it was her first time seeing it. I don't know either. Hey, heroine! It's not good for you to keep walking so far away. Let me try to get some intel. Aren't we going to be fighting side by side later? We should discuss some plans and strategies. How can we do that from so far away? The Mystic Maiden turned back and replied coldly, Who needs you to fight side by side with me, huh? Wouldn't it be better to fight together? Monkey said, In a bit it'll be. No, I don't need it. I'll resolve this with my own strength. I don't need others interfering. This left the 2 guys feeling helpless. That mouth of hers, she's just a kid. What's with the attitude? What makes you think you can handle the Demon King by yourself? Before he could say more, the guy covered his mouth. Hey, that's enough. All right. I never said I was certain I could win. If we lose and die, then it'll be your turn to act. But until then, I don't need any help. Looking at that cold back in front of him for some reason, Hacknon suddenly felt an indescribable loneliness. After a while, they finally arrived. Before them stood a gloomy city gate. Who knows what kind of scene awaited them behind this gate? When Nu turned back to bring up the previous matter. Let me repeat this to you all one more time. I don't need anyone else meddling in my affairs. The guy next to her gave a forced laugh and replied, Got it. I promise not to interfere. I quite enjoy eating coconuts and watching the show safely. They then opened the gate, and what immediately appeared before them made Huan Nu's face twist in anger. There wasn't a single person in the city, only a giant demonic beast with a mouth full of thorns. Well, another group of fools has arrived. Seeing the massive creature, Hacknon started drooling and stammered, Demon King. The Monkey Prince realized he couldn't guarantee his own safety now. I have to think of a way to make Huiyan Nu protect me while she fights. When that Wukong guy saw this thing, his face also turned pale. Can we kick these insects out of the demon race? Damn, they're disgusting as hell. But while the two of them were thinking, the girl Huiyan Nu had already charged forward with her sword. Hey big sis, don't charge in so fast. I haven't even had time to think of a plan yet. What if the Demon King attacks the rear? The monster unleashed a Kamehameha wave to return Huiyan Nu's affection. Countless fireballs flew towards the girl, their destructive power immense. They created countless holes in the wall. Ugly human, that makes another one of the 1,000 to die by my hand. The demonic beast had just finished its sentence when a blow took off half of its face. After that, Huiyan Nu unleashed a piercing skill, riddling the demonic beast with holes like a sieve before it exploded. To the master and disciple's surprise, with just one sword strike, the Demon King was vaporized. From a distance, the sound of clapping was suddenly heard. Well, well, what a shame, the appearance of this newcomer. Put the whole group on high alert. My 5 most adorable and prized little pets, killed in a single slash by you. Truly worthy of the Sword Demon's bloodline. This guy was the red-horned demon who had captured the Queen of Western Liang. Huiyan Nu's face hardened as she replied, "You know my father." He looked amused, resting his chin on his hand. Not only do I know him, but he and I are mortal enemies. When you can't beat the old man, you go after the young one with a blade. So am I not completely shameless? After speaking, he immediately activated his ultimate move. Ha ha ha, power domain open. Let me tell you, within this domain, this king is an absolutely invincible existence. Just lifting a finger is enough to take your life. As soon as he finished speaking, dozens of red threads shot down towards Huiyan Nu. The threads bound her entire body, leaving her helpless. A mortal and a heavily wounded demon king. That combination can't save you. Huiyan Nu channeled her spiritual energy into her hands. From the sky, countless things also began to fall. I don't need anyone to save me. Huiyan Thuyan Grand Formation. Giant swords formed a sword array. Surrounding everyone, Huiyan Nu let out a furious roar. Ha! Causing the binding threads to snap into pieces. How is this possible? You're inside my domain. There's no such thing as absolute invincibility in this world. It's just immense power, that's all. But this sword array of mine, formed entirely from divine weapons, is more than enough to contend with you. Compared to that monkey, your power is still full of weaknesses. Hearing this, the monkey smirked. Of course. How could he possibly compare to my master? The terrified master quickly covered his disciple's mouth and said, "Shut up. What if he hears you and decides to attack us?" Over on the other side, the red demon guy also unleashed a new skill to fight Huiyan Nu. Demon art sea of skulls, creating many giant skulls. He commanded the skulls to charge straight for her. What good is a large number? She held her sword, pointing it straight at the sky. Sword technique, soaring butterflies. Then unleashed the skill to counter the red demon. The two skills collided, filling the entire sky with only the color red and the sound of explosions. Both sides are very strong. Has the monkey recovered yet? No, not yet, master. Damn it. To ensure our safety, I guess I'll have to prepare for activation. A notification appeared on the system panel. Nezha body has been activated. Your Nezha will be ready for battle in 5 minutes. Another 5 minutes. Does this mean the system evolves every time I complete a mission? The demon. Red Demon saw that Huiyan Nu was busy fighting the remaining skulls. He took the opportunity to raise his hand and summon a special skull. While you're distracted, here's a big gift for you. Molten giant skull. It was immediately buffed into a massive skull. After the girl finished dealing with the smaller skulls, she rushed forward. She gripped her sword tightly, thinking, if I can't win with numbers, then I definitely can't lose in power. Divine weapon, Heavenly Wood Emperor. A massive sword many times larger than the skull shot straight down at the red demon. The two on the side witnessed this and cried out in surprise. My God, it's truly on par with the golden hooped rod. They're both divine weapons. Huiyan Nu pointed her sword forward and unleashed her skill, Imperial Fall. Another massive sword fell straight to the ground. It caused more damage than a B-52 bomb. The red demon was now lying on the floor in a giant crater. He tried to push himself up and shouted, "Damn it, this isn't over!" Hun-Nu pointed her sword at the red demon with murderous intent in her eyes. "Lift your head. Look into my eyes." The girl activated a fake version of the Sharingan. The eye technique chained the opponent tightly like a dog on a leash. Inside the barrier, Hun-Nu walked down and said, "To be more precise, this is my absolute domain of mystic arts. 1 second in here is equivalent to a day, and the mental pressure you'll endure is 100 times greater than outside." 10 seconds later, the red demon had collapsed to the ground, his face showing clear exhaustion, his spirit completely drained. The master and disciple duo watching from the side were terrified. What just happened? Why does it feel like the enemy just lost all will to fight? I think it's the legendary bloodline secret art. They say only the most elite individuals of the clan possess this kind of freakish ability. Exactly. Those eyes of hers, that's definitely it. Just give up. In your current state, you're no longer a match for me. As expected of the sword demon's daughter, I knew from the start that I couldn't be your opponent. Suddenly, he let out a brutish roar. But have you ever wondered why I, time and time again, chose to make my move against you here in the Women's Kingdom? Hun-Nu's face darkened in alarm. Of course, it's because of the formation array. You fool! As he finished speaking, the demon raised both hands in hundreds of formation arrays interlocked, forming a colossal array in the sky. The Great Nation Protecting Array. All the arrays unleashed bolts of lightning that surrounded the entire city. Its power radiated out, pinning Hun-Nu to the ground, rendering her helpless. This pressure, it's terrifying. You didn't expect this, did you? The Women's Kingdom was bait from the very beginning, and all of their actions were to trap you in this great array. Using the power of an entire nation, even the descendant of the sword demon can't do anything. Hun-Nu, powered up, stood and shouted loudly, "In that case, you're underestimating me far too much." She unleashed her ultimate move. Avatar Manifestation Thousand Hand Sword Emperor. A colossal gleaming golden avatar immediately appeared with 10 hands holding 10 swords. What in the world is that? I've never seen this technique before. The red demon, far from being afraid, revealed a dangerous smile. "So calm, are we? What are you that confident you can stand against my avatar? You must be joking. When the great sword demon plays her trump card, how could this humble one possibly resist? Then why are you so composed?" Composed. Of course, it's because I've prepared thoroughly. "In truth, this king has been waiting for you to play this trump card all along." He raised his hand and strange characters immediately appeared on it. He activated a new skill causing the characters to move. Hun-Nu's face trembled with fear. Could it be? Then the ring on her hand suddenly began to glow. Countless bones sprouted from within her body in sync with the red demon's hand seal. The situation changed. The master and disciple duo stared in shock. It's a success. It really worked. The red demon burst out laughing with joy. "Ha ha, didn't see that coming. Did you?" This king managed to find the weakness of your trump card. That is the main body. After the avatar is formed, if the main body takes any damage, it will also collapse from the backlash. With such a powerful avatar protecting you, that weakness shouldn't be a concern. But what if this king's attack comes from within? Then of course the avatar must also perish. The guy on the side suddenly remembered something suspicious. Those two bastards from before. Hun-Nu took them into her storage ring. That was a trap. The avatar's backlash plus the suppression from the great array. Right now, you're truly... As he spoke, the red demon beat Hun-Nu to a pulp. You like to use special magic artifacts to turn bad people into toys as punishment. How's my intel? A young lady who doesn't even dare to kill someone wants to be the descendant of the blood demon. Ha ha ha. He beat her black and blue, slamming her face into the ground. The demon rushed in, punching and screaming right in Hun-Nu's face, then taunted, "What, you can't take it anymore already?" He threw her up and launched a palm strike. Boom, pow. He walked over to the girl he had just beaten relentlessly. Hurts, doesn't it? Feel regret. My clansmen felt the same way back then when they met your father. Not calling your friend for help. Are you ready to die? Hun-Nu opened her eyes and replied coldly, "I admit defeat. Just do it." The demon bared his teeth and said, "You want me to just finish you off like that? It's not going to be that easy." He gripped Hun-Nu's neck tightly. "I'm going to torture you slowly just like your father did back then. No, it'll be even more cruel. Don't you dare give me that damn I don't care about anything look. Be scared. Show me your fear. He charged up a powerful blast intending to obliterate Huyan. Or maybe I'll cripple these two flawless fair legs of yours first as an appetizer before the main course. The blast shot out, tearing up a section of the road. But the girl was nowhere to be seen, leaving him dumbfounded. Did I miss? The demon was pissed as hell. Which pig-faced bastard was it? Show yourself. Just as he wished. In front of him was a cool-looking young man blazing with fire who had snatched Huyan away. Cold Eye's two top knots standing on a ring of fire. That's our boy Saint Neja. This guy really is. The type who wouldn't beg for his life even if he were dying. The girl lying in the handsome young man's arms recognized something familiar. This aura. You're that kid from before transformed. She panicked, struggling to push him away. Don't move around like that, okay? I'm still not very good at standing on this ring. The red demon roared furiously. You brat, you really aren't immortal, but why couldn't I? Hey, detect any aura from you before. That damn brat of unknown origin. He immediately formed another energy blast for the finishing blow. My body is too weak now. I have to use all the remaining power of my realm. Ayin. To end this in one swift fatal blow. Die. All of you just die for me. As he finished speaking, he shot straight towards Meng. At that moment, Meng was still acting cool, paying no mind to the red demon. The girl screamed in terror, "That's the power of his realm. Leave me and run." Meng turned around with the calm confidence of a main character. Comparing realms with me. Then let me show you. Instantly, a colossal aura of light erupted, dispelling all of the demon's red energy. It was a level of power so incredible that it stunned everyone. Now this is a true realm. The great Tao Dharma body. 3 heads and 6 arms. A giant gleaming golden version of the Neja avatar appeared. The red demon was no exception. He collapsed to the ground powerless. He trembled, stammering, "You." Neja flew toward the demon with a terrifying expression. "You, what speak?" His mouth hung open for a long time, but the Demon King couldn't utter a single word. In his past life, he was a giant carnivorous eel in an unnamed pond. When the other small fish in the pond saw him, they would either flee or become his food. Even the overlords who came from other places could not escape this fate in his presence. Gradually, he became an existence the other small fish dared not even speak of. Over time, his life at the top of the food chain made him firmly believe he was the one true king, the strongest in this world. Until one day, a massive storm hit and the entire pond was swept up into the clouds. And the great Eel King, for the first time in his life, saw the vastness of the ocean. That tiny speck, our great Eel King, also saw the true overlords of the ocean and realized his own insignificance. At that moment, his mouth hung open just like this, and he stared for a very long time. Right up until he became food. Now, even though it was a very long time ago, it still made the Demon King remember the arrogance and insignificance of his past life and the humiliation of proclaiming himself the ultimate overlord. The demon was so scared he pissed himself, then fell to his knees and slammed his head on the ground. "Please spare me, Great One, I surrender, I beg you. Please let me live in this life. I'm willing to be your beast of burden at your beck and call." Meng was stunned. What the hell kind of surrender is this? Was my card wasted just like that? We haven't even fought yet, and you're already trying to surrender. He angrily grabbed the demon by the collar and yelled, "Shut your damn mouth, you pig! Cut the crap and get up and fight me!" "I wouldn't dare. I'm nothing but a worthless ant in your presence, Great One." "Are you going to fight or not? Fight or not?" "I won't fight. I won't. I'll die before I fight you." At this point, the girl Xuan Nu was completely bewildered, unable to understand what was going on. Meanwhile, the incredible power of Za's peak form also left Xuan Nu in a trance for a long time. This power, she had only ever felt it from one person before her father. From her earliest memories, Xuan Nu had followed her father to desolate, harsh lands to cultivate. But such a monumental figure only ever left her with the image of his distant back. Even when eating or sleeping, she was never allowed to get close. Her father told her, "Solitude is the most important quality of the strong." Even though she suffered and found it unbearable, even though she couldn't understand, she always believed her father. Until one day she heard a rustling in the bushes. She approached curiously and saw it was a small, adorable fox. The fox ran to her gleefully. It gave her a little peck. That was the first time Xuan Nu had ever had intimate contact with another living being. An unfamiliar feeling surged through her heart. Then the very next second, her father showed no mercy. He stomped the fox to death. "What are you doing?" he said coldly. "Don't tell me you wanted to keep it as a pet, like those lower-class people. Answer me." Xuan Nu's eyes suddenly welled with tears. "I'm sorry, father." He turned abruptly and continued walking. "Remember, solitude and coldness are the best path to greatness. No, I should say the only path. From that day on, little Xuan Nu never dared to get involved with any living creature again. Day after day, year after year, on the vast plains, her small figure remained utterly alone. Her father's words were never wrong. She did indeed grow strong quickly. It just seemed that she had lost something unconsciously. But now she was starting to change. She looked at the strange man before her. "Get up and fight me." "No, I won't fight." He clearly had the lower-class personality her father despised, yet he possessed power that was not the least bit inferior to her father's. For the first time in her life, Xuan Nu felt a seed of doubt about her great father, and so, at that very moment, she made a momentous decision. Neza choked the demon until he was foaming at the mouth. "This is for wasting my card. I'm going to beat the crap out of you." Just then, Xuan Nu shyly asked from behind, "Excuse me." Blushing, she turned her face away shyly and said, "Could you accept me as your disciple?" The guy was completely stunned by the news. "Huh, what?" Just then, the system panel appeared. The world view of the 9 heavens Xuanu has undergone a major change. Potential value has increased to 35%. Congratulations on completing the mission. Received peak card, the handsome king of hell, Super 5 IP Pro. Peak card. The kid was completely baffled, not understanding why. What did I even do for the mission to be finished already? The scene changes to the capital of the underworld inside the palace. Right now, 2 people were standing around chatting. The handsome white-haired man with a scar over his eye held up a dragon pearl. Then, channeling spiritual energy into his palm, his eyes suddenly turned dangerous. He tensed his butt cheeks, creating pressure on the dragon pearl. Instantly, the dragon pearl cracked under the immense aura. "My God, young master, you cracked a dragon pearl just by using your aura. That's incredible. This is the hardest natural material in this magical underworld. With your power, you could rank in the top 100 on the martial arts list, even in the Celestial Palace." He replied shyly, "How could that be? How could a tiny piece of trash like me compare to the great figures in the Celestial Palace? But at least I won't get punished anymore, heh." From behind, a menacing demon reeking of deathly energy approached, saying, "What are you smiling about? Are you having fun?" The white-haired man immediately became timid. "No, father, it's not like that." His old father took the dragon pearl from the boy, showing it off. "This is the pittance you dare to be so proud of." He just squeezed his hand lightly, and the dragon pearl instantly shattered. "Is that all it takes? Now, do you still think you're so great?" The white-haired man turned his face away, not daring to utter a single word. Seeing this, his father raised a massive fist. "This king is asking you a question." Quick as a flash, he punched the white-haired kid right in the face. The blow was so powerful that the kid flew and slammed into the wall. But it didn't stop there. He then grabbed him by the neck. "Let me remind you. With your garbage talent, even with your best effort, you're just 3rd rate. Without any effort, you won't even reach 9th rate. The old man walked away in anger. 10 days of confinement. Go and reflect. Useless scum. The young man could only feel wronged and endure it. Yes, father. The scene changes tonight at a temporary mountain encampment. 2 grunts were standing by a tree peeing where they shouldn't be. Seriously, what's with all these damn rules? We even have to piss 3 Zhang away from the camp. The bald man with scars replied, "Talk less. The reason our Dragon Rider army is invincible is because of our strict discipline, isn't it?" Suddenly a box appeared beside them out of nowhere. The 2 men stared at it curiously. "What's that sound?" Suddenly the box revealed countless terrifying faces. The man with hair screamed in terror, "Holy crap, what is this?" But the bald one acted tough. "Tisk, what's there to be so surprised about?" He picked up the box. This was probably made by some bored cult. How boring. Just as he finished speaking, a slash of dark energy split the bald man's face in 2. From all directions, demons slowly approached. The man with hair was so scared he could barely speak, stammering. What the hell are you things? A second later, blood splattered everywhere amidst piercing screams. 10 days later, at our guy's location after rescuing the king and people of the Nation of Women, Huck Nyan had to flee through the night. The entire city wanted to repay him, but he couldn't handle it alone. Along the way, for some unknown reason, the little monkey king not only failed to recover, but also fell into a deep sleep. In other words, during these days of travel, there were only 2 people, Huck Nyan and the 9 heavens Xuanu. He smiled curiously. My good disciple Xuanu, besides martial arts, do you have any other special talents? No, I only know how to practice martial arts. Well, do you have any happy memories from your past? Forgive me, I only practiced martial arts every day. Then tell me about something you're interested in, so we have something to talk about. Practicing martial arts. Then from morning till night. The 2 of them were silent for the entire journey. Our guy screamed in frustration, Monkey, I'm begging you, please wake up. This is so awkward, it's killing me. This kid will be okay, right? But his pulse is completely normal. Why is he just unconscious? But what's even stranger is that ever since using the card, twice a vague power has suddenly started to appear in Huck Nyan's body. This force actually feels more familiar than his own, as if it belongs to him. Beep! The system panel appeared. Arrived at the target area. They stopped on a mountain overlooking the camp. We're finally here. Huh. Why? Why is the King of Hell in a mortal's military tent? Early the next morning, the 3 of them walked down to the camp and found the atmosphere around it unusually grim and quiet. Before them was a scene of countless dead bodies. Soldiers are piled up everywhere. Was there a war here? Disciple Xuanu walked over to inspect. The deathly aura is so thick. What happened? Normal people wouldn't be like this, even in death. Just then, the system panel appeared again. Target is not in the camp. Please follow the arrow. They followed the directions and arrived in front of a tomb. The tombstone was engraved with residence of the King of Hell. The kid's face went pale with fear. Don't tell me he's in this tomb. You've got to be kidding me. This guy was so traumatized by the tomb raiding novels from his past life that he imagined a series of terrifying images, corpse ladies, giant centipedes, you name it. He rolled on the ground, crying his eyes out. No, I can't. I don't want to go in, but if the mission isn't completed, I'll be a goner. Mom, I want to go back to Earth so bad. Xuanu suddenly asked her master, making the guy jump to his feet. Are you scared, master? The question scared the crap out of Huck Nyan. He awkwardly rubbed his head and laughed loudly. Ha ha ha, how could I be? As your master, I'm so strong, it's boring. So I usually just like to pretend I'm a total weakling. Just pay me no mind. Xuanu was an honest person who didn't doubt others, so she simply believed Huck Nyan. All right then. As expected of a great master, his ways are so hard to understand. After saying that, Xuanu went inside without hesitation. Then let me scout ahead, you follow a little behind me. Don't get too far from me. The guy trembled, clinging to Xuanu. He stammered, It's so big down here. Isn't this exactly like what was written in the Grave Robbers Chronicles? Meanwhile, the ever-trusting Xuanu played along, thinking, the great master is such a good actor. She felt the sinister energy here growing heavier, and her gaze turned serious. A sound from the distance made the guy scream his head off his face, a mess of tears. What was that? What was that sound? A small frog jumped out from behind a rock. The guy sighed in relief. Oh, it was just a frog. You scared this baby to death. He stood up straight and said confidently, All right, we're good. The danger has passed. But little did he know the monsters that killed the soldiers earlier were lurking right behind him. When he turned around to look, he froze for a full 5 seconds. These are all king-level nether beasts. What's going on? Creatures from the underworld shouldn't be able to appear in the mortal realm. This isn't right. There must be some great chaos happening somewhere. The kid was so scared he ran for his life. I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. Tendrils shot out from the monster behind him, grabbing Huck Nyan and yanking him back. The kid screamed his lungs out. Help me. I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. That girl Xuanu recalled what he'd said earlier and just smiled unconcerned. It's okay. Master is so powerful he must just be playing around again. Hey, What's with that calm expression of yours? I'm about to die here, damn it. I'm really gonna die. In despair, the kid was about to become monster food. I'm done for. This time, I'm really done for. I knew I couldn't be a cultivator. Just then, Wukong, who had been lying unconscious, suddenly awoke with immense power. The moment he saw his master about to be devoured, he shot up. He coolly formed a Kamehameha in his hand and said, "The Tao is incomplete, yet it gives birth to all things." Then he fired the Kamehameha straight at the monster. He took one down looking incredibly cool, but a horde of monsters charged in and surrounded Wukong. Just as he was about to say something cool, a monster from behind prepared to crush Wukong with its massive foot. Hucknyan screamed, "Watch out behind you!" But then the unexpected happened. Wukong lifted the monster's massive foot. He clenched his butt cheeks, generating an immense torrent of spiritual energy. It must collapse. The cool kid stood there with several Kamehamehas orbiting him. This just goes to show the more you ignore the martial path, the deeper you can enter the Tao. Just then, the horde of monsters charged at Wukong simultaneously. Facing a horde of monsters, Wukong remained completely unfazed. The kid summoned another Kamehameha, clenched his butt again, and sent all the monsters flying. They were incinerated by this power. A divine light shone all around Wukong. The master stared speechless at his disciple's development. "He's so tiny, but so damn cool." Wukong turned back, smugly grinned, and gave a thumbs up. "Master, how was that?" Whoa, this kid's aura. It's like he's become a completely different person. Over on the side, Zhuan Nu was also incredibly shocked. So strong. He's on a level I absolutely can't match now. And just a short while ago, we were equals. It must be because he's being taught by a great master. Zhuan Nu's admiration for Hucknyan deepened. She thought to herself, and his own level must be far, far beyond this. She gazed at Hucknyan for a moment. The girl suddenly blushed. She covered her face to hide her admiration. "Why is my face so hot? Hey monkey, what in the world was all that about?" Wukong put his hands on his hips and laughed heartily. "Ha ha ha, master, aren't I amazing?" That deep sleep earlier was me readjusting my body's meridians after my previous failure. With using that realm, I can now do it 64 times. The master's face went blank. 8 times this kid's talent is insane. My peak card can only be used a little more than 10 times. If this keeps up, my own disciple is going to leave me in the dust. I have to find a way to get stronger and fast. From Wukong's perspective, his master's expression looked disdainful, as if he were mocking him for being so smug over a measly 8 times. Your talent is truly terrifying, kid. The kid got nervous. Is master's tone mocking me? He's saying my arrogance will prevent me from achieving greatness. He dropped to his knees and pleaded, "Master, this disciple knows he was wrong. Please don't be disappointed, and don't send me away. I still have so much to learn." Hack Nun was bewildered, completely confused. What was that ding-a system panel appeared? Congratulations, potential value increased from 5% to 35%. DLC gift pack reward obtained. Item Lesser Royal Mask. Our hero was dumbfounded again, having no idea what was going on. What did I do this time? Talk about blind luck. So what does this thing even do? This damn system doesn't give any hints at all. The 2 disciples took the chance to have a little chat. By the way, doesn't the master love acting like a total noob? Hey, why'd you cut me off? Aren't you afraid of getting punished? You just don't get it. From my observations of the master, you have to play along with his rescuing the helpless noob act. That's when it's the most fun. Before he could finish, a ghost came flying towards them from ahead. This put the 2 disciples on high alert. The little monkey was quick to strike first. "What manner of demon are you? You've got a lot of nerve." But it didn't attack him. It flew right through his body. After that, countless other souls rushed towards them, leaving the group standing there, stunned. Our hero turned around puzzled. "Master, what is this?" They all seemed to be the souls of mortals. But under normal circumstances, you'd need a special magical artifact to see them. I've heard that unless you have ultimate perception, they're invisible. Who on earth murdered all these living beings? Could it be the little Yama King? A while later, the master and his 2 disciples found a giant magic portal. This must be it. I can't believe someone actually dared to open a passage between the two realms. Who could possibly be so bold? The cool wannabe cracked his knuckles and spouted some pro-gamer lines. I don't care who he is. If he dares to disrespect life, I'll just beat him up first and ask questions later. The two disciples were seeing this side of Hacknon for the first time. They were frozen in shock that he could say such things. This is so surreal. Master, why are you frozen? Wukong noticed something familiar and immediately seized the opportunity. Master, don't fight me for it. I'll be the vanguard. I love being the vanguard. Excellent. You truly live up to the Wu in your name. Wukong took the lead, followed by the other two. Don't go so fast. Wait for me. The first thing that appeared before them was a giant, immobile demoness whose lower body was made entirely of tree roots. The kid was so scared he could have wet his pants. He backed away while yelling, Holy crap, it's huge! Master, don't be scared. It looks like it's fast asleep. The main character was shaking all over his mouth, stuttering. Are you sure? Xuannu went forward to check. As soon as she touched the roots, she discovered the vengeful spirits. Master, all those vengeful spirits are inside this thing. He must be afraid of attracting the attention of the upper realm. So he sent a group of underworld beasts to sneak into the human realm, helping him kill people and collect souls. But aren't underworld beasts in the human realm prone to falling into a state of frenzy cold? You just need to use a special magical artifact to set up a small barrier beforehand. It can make a prideful king-level creature become its slave. The power of this monster is immeasurable. No, this big guy is also just helping someone else. Wukong replied in shock. What? Helping someone else? Xuannu glanced up. See that coffin hanging in its belly? That's their real boss. How can you tell? It doesn't feel like anything special. Because I recognize its owner. He is an old acquaintance of my father's, a great figure who was once ranked 10th on the Celestial Martial Arts ranking. Hearing this hot news shocked the two boys. What 10th on the Celestial Palace's martial arts ranking? No way. I didn't mishear that, did I? You're saying he's the great figure ranked 10th on the Celestial Palace's martial arts ranking. Xuannu nodded and said she recognized the unique totem on the coffin. Hacknon was scared out of his mind and ordered a retreat. What are you standing around for? Let's scram. From the distance, a voice echoed, trying to run. Go on, try and run. The boy jumped up in fear, grabbed onto Xuannu, and screamed, Mommy, who's that? Isn't it supposed to be unconscious? Master, it's not the big guy. The sound is coming from behind her. Don't panic, sir. Wait for old son to go take a look first. Wukong peeked out and saw that there really were people there. Looks like it's not just one person, but three. Two long-haired guys, one with white hair and one with black, like the Hai-Bai Wuchang, are hanging suspended by thorny vines. And the last guy has two massive horns on his head. His face is covered in stitches with a horizontal eye in the middle of his forehead. The left and right hands of the old Yama King are only at this level. So boring, I'm bored to death. Don't delude yourselves into thinking you can escape. With your level of strength, you can't get away. The white-haired guy shouted back, That guy is a real monster. A monster, you hear me? 15 years ago, the entire population of nearly 2 cities in the human realm died unjustly. All because of him. Just to relieve his boredom. A person like that, do you really think he'd be grateful to the one who brought him back to life? Stop dreaming. He'll be the first one to kill you. While his soul hasn't been fully gathered, it's not too late to turn back. Scarface didn't bother to listen and even flicked a booger in contempt for this bastard. He suddenly opened his mouth wide and laughed. You really think I revived him? He had to receive his gratitude. It's all for the sake of chaos, darling. Seeing that this guy wasn't right in the head, Bai was stunned too. What to bring the world back to the beautiful moments of 35 years ago? What does my insignificant life even matter? A worthy death, sweetheart. He laughed with delight. Ha ha ha, just thinking about it is wonderful. Bei turned to his brother Hei and whispered, This guy's insane. Little Hei, I'll buy you some time. Go report to the great king. It's best to inform the heavenly court as well. But in my current state, how can I possibly escape? Don't worry, I haven't used my trump card yet. All you have to do is run. Bai unleashed a dazzlingly bright skill. Secret Art of 100 Demons, 33rd Form, Glazed Paradise World Seal. With a whoosh, Scarface was instantly frozen. Blood spurted from Bai's mouth. Seeing this, a pained Hei begged his friend, "Stop it. This secret art of yours will consume your life force." Then blood began to stream from his eyes as well. "If you don't want me to die in vain, then stop talking nonsense." Hei saw how badass his friend was and got serious. "I understand." He activated a martial arts technique, 100 Demons Magic 28th Form, Crimson Stream Ghost Image. His body shot off like a rocket to escape. "Little Bai, you absolutely cannot die. I'll be right back for you." As he was flying, Scarface appeared right behind him, raising both hands. When did he get out? Impossible. Bai's eyes filled with helplessness in the face of this power. Over on the other side, with a huge bam, Bai saw. Things were bad and screamed, "Little Hei, little Hei." Little Hei had been slammed into the ground, creating a crater, and lay motionless. Blood trickled from his mouth. Scarface walked leisurely, humming a cheerful tune. "This will cause so much suffering for so many living beings. I beg you, please stop. I'm begging you." He laughed like an Indian joker. "This guy talks too much." He threw a powerful punch down at Little Hei's face. "Die." But just then his power began to fade. His arm, unable to move, trembled. "What's happening? My body won't move." Little Bai looked around, sensing a familiar aura. Could it be the young master? A handsome, white-haired man appeared shyly. Beep, beep. The system panel lit up with a notification for the host. "Congratulations, host, you have found the target. He's the little king of hell." Scarface still wanted to give it another try. He flexed his glutes and tried to force another blow. "You want me to stand still? No one can stop me." The punch was only a centimeter from Little Hei's face. But it stopped again. His body was completely immobile. He turned towards the little king of hell and roared, "You bastard! What in the world did you do to me?" The little king of hell scratched his head shyly. "You're mistaken. How could I possibly do something like this?" It was Lord Lin who did it. Fighting is one thing, but killing is not good. This bastard. He looked timid, but the pressure around him was terrifying. He gritted his teeth, even more frustrated. "Lord Lin, who is he talking about?" "I'm afraid I'm no match for him on my own." The guy turned around and shouted, "My two gods, assist me!" The giant female demon suddenly opened her eyes. She tilted her body, causing the coffin to slide off. The roots wrapped around her body also opened up. The woman shot straight towards Scarface. He absorbed her completely, and his aura exploded. "We husband and wife have become one. We are now unrivaled in this world." The guy made a menacing face. Are you all prepared to die?" But a second later, he tried to move and was still helpless. "Why can't I still move? This is outrageous. Who in the hell are you?" The guy was so helpless he burst into a river of tears. "Can you please not mess with me like this?" "Who are you really?" "I'm really just an errand boy in the underworld. This is all the work of the great Lord Keelan." The little king of hell raised his finger and cast a spell. "If you don't believe me, I'll show you." Instantly, a giant divine beast appeared, gripping Scarface like a toy. "What the hell? This damn thing. Is this the legendary Keelan divine beast in all my years? I've only ever heard about it in fairy tales. This spiritual wave. Even if the two of us gods combine our powers, we're still no match. We have to find a way to escape and wait for the great elder to awaken." Scarface started to wail and throw a fit. "Big bro, I know I was wrong. Can you please spare me? Sorry, but I can't do that. My father has already given the order." "But your father isn't here. Please, give me a chance." "No can do. The old master's people are everywhere." Seeing this, Hak Nyan broke out in a cold sweat. A power level of 10 is truly terrifying. It's a good thing this king of hell is so incredibly powerful. That lord hasn't even used 1/10 of his power. I guarantee aside from Master, everyone else would be frozen in their tracks. Suddenly, Mei was stunned, realizing how insignificant he was. Holy crap, how can he be that terrifying? And that's only at level 10, huh? Wukong, being a true ruffian, saw the little king of hell's power, and his hands and feet started itching for a fight. "Hak Nyan, let me fight him." "Fine, you can test him out. Just remember to be careful." "Done." As soon as he finished his sentence, Wukong grinned with delight and flew straight off. The little king of hell sensed the approaching danger. He summoned the Black Dragon Sea. A black dragon flew out from the little king of hell and wrapped itself tightly around Wukong. You're really strong, but I'm not as useless as I used to be. Wukong charged up, a Kamehameha-like blast in his hand. Power of the Great Tao. Ah, it instantly shattered the black dragon, leaving the little king of hell completely stunned. What the hell is this source of power? Wukong is too terrifying. Without delay, he flew towards him. My apologies, Zhuan family. Divine beast, summon black tortoise boundary. A giant agato turtle formed a barrier around the little king of hell, causing Wukong to smash his face into the turtle shell. The impact instantly made a lump grow on the kid's head. Ow, my head, it hurts, it hurts, it hurts. Zhuan knew who was watching, praised him wholeheartedly. These are all rare divine beasts in this world. Every single one is extraordinary. The heavens are truly unfair, says the person who has a mountain of divine artifacts. Speaking of which one has supreme comprehension and the other has supreme talent. Only my master has nothing. The moment he finished his sentence, Mei was struck by a bolt of lightning from the system. It shocked him right off his butt. Ouch! Who sneak attacked me? Wukong flew over and started hammering the armor continuously, but it was like scratching an itch. It remained completely intact. Come out here and fight me fair and square. A proper fight with me. From inside, the little king of hell replied shyly, Lord Demon King, how could a humble person like me possibly be your opponent? I surrender. Wukong's face turned red with anger. Surrender. What kind of man are you? You don't have a shred of backbone. All of this was gifted to me by my father. Without it, I'm nothing but a piece of crap. Do you take me, old son, for a fool? Summon beasts come from one's own innate talent. How could they possibly be gifted by someone else? They can be gifted by someone else. That's also because of my father's genes. It has nothing to do with me. It's always father this and father that. How old are you, kid? But it's the truth. If I don't have my father's permission, I can't make a move. Wukong was so frustrated he couldn't do anything but keep punching fruitlessly. This is so damn annoying. You bastard! Get out here for me. Hearing this, Zhuan Nu laughed and said, What kind of person summons a bunch of divine beasts only to call himself useless? The word genius isn't even enough to describe him. That's right. Why do I also get the feeling this guy was manipulated by his father growing up? Manipulated? What the hell does that mean? What Mei means is that he was psychologically controlled. How can I describe it to you? You can think of it as a type of control magic, Mei said with a serious face. Perhaps we need to confirm something. Huchnyan shouted, Monkey, stop for a moment. Get me up there. Wukong turned around looking puzzled. A moment later, Wukong carried his master up to meet the little king of hell. Young man, I'm quite curious about something. Your power is so great. Why are you always so modest? No, it's not modesty. Compared to my father, I'm just a piece of trash, not even worth mentioning. Is that what your father told you? Isn't that a bit too harsh? The little king of hell frantically waved his hands in denial. No, father is only doing what's best for me. If I may be so bold as to ask, have you ever been anywhere other than the underworld? No, never. My father told me I should limit my contact with outsiders. He said I already have no talent, so if I get distracted by others and fall behind, my situation will be even more hopeless. Huchnyan facepalmed in exasperation. Oh my God, a textbook controlling king. He's a lost cause, master. Why are you telling him all this? Just give me 1 incense stick's worth of time. I promise I'll break his cage. Wukong, say no more. Young man, my apologies. It was my fault for mistaking you for someone else. I have truly offended you. Please, your excellency, forgive me. Please don't hold it against me. Senior, you're exaggerating. You're exaggerating. It's all right. After that, the two of them asked for permission to leave. If there's nothing else, I shall be taking my leave. Please take your time. A while later in the underworld, the three of them, master and disciples shrouded by a magic screen, were secretly following the young Yama King. Zhuan Nu, are you sure your cloaking artifact won't be discovered? Don't worry, master. This was a gift from my father. He said that no one outside the top 10 on the martial arts ranking could possibly see through it. The man next to her gave an awkward laugh. Her father sure has a lot of treasures. Master, why are we following him anyway? You're not thinking of taking on another disciple, are you? Of course, I have my reasons. Hishian suddenly fell into deep thought. This kid has such low self-esteem. Even using a peak card on him probably won't increase his potential value. The key to raising his potential must lie with his father. Also, there's something else I wanted to ask Master. Is there something wrong with your body? Or not? Hsien looked back confused. Why would you ask that? With your unfathomable strength before Master, I couldn't sense even a sliver of spiritual power leaking out. But now I can feel a little bit leaking out. Maybe around the 7th or 8th level of chi refining. When you chime it in, I sensed it too. I thought it was just my imagination. Hsien's face went blank for a moment. Then he recalled, Chi, refining stage 7 or 8. So it wasn't my imagination after all. My body got stronger from using the peak card. If that's the case, this intensely familiar feeling. You're probably not wrong. Your eyes are welling up with so much emotion. Don't tell me I really was some kind of unparalleled master in the past. His memories were altered to turn him into a loser. And while this guy is lost in his fantasy, wishing it were true, Wukong doesn't say a word. Master, we're about to lose him. The group hurriedly rushed to follow him. Quick scene change to the Asura martial arts arena, the fighting ring, where the demons of the underworld duel. The fat demon fighting creates a bomb in his mouth. Taste this B-52, buddy, with a ha. He shoots the blast straight at his enemy. The skinny, sharp-faced guy, without any effort, blocks the attack. Then the fat one charges forward. Let's see you try this one, pal. Suddenly, the skinny guy flashes behind him. My turn now, Fatty. Fatty's reflexes are quick. He turns and throws a punch, and their two fists collide to see whose is harder. Then a flurry of hooks and kicks right and left. The crowd of extras below cheers wildly. As expected of the two killer generals, their strength is truly overwhelming. When will we ever reach their level? Just as the fight was heating up, the Yama King suddenly arrived, yelling, That's enough! You two stop right now! He wore a furious expression, as if he wanted to skin them alive. A bunch of useless fools. Your fighting is no better than bears brawling. Seeing their boss arrive, the two stopped fighting, but inwardly they were resentful. Tisk. As expected, the old geezer wants to start bullying people again. The old man shouted, scorning his subordinates. With your pathetic level, you wouldn't have even been worthy of a glance from me 100 years ago. His followers hurriedly knelt. Our apologies, great king. Please forgive us. It is we who have not trained well enough. Don't call me great king. You are not worthy. The old man stood before the crowd and boasted, You, and all of you. Come at me with everything you've got. Let me remind you just how high the heavens are and how deep the earth is. The crowd stood stunned, not daring to make a move. Otherwise, they would have loved to give the old man a good beating. What are you standing around for? Attack. The four of them immediately dropped to their knees, kowtowing and chanting in unison. We wouldn't dare. We wouldn't dare. We absolutely would not dare. The old man smirked, thinking, I'll bet you don't dare. The Yama King's whole body radiated a terrifying pressure. A bunch of useless trash. If you couldn't win but still dared to fight me, I might at least consider you men. But as you are now, you're pathetic. The sharp-faced demon thought bitterly, damn it. Believe his bullshit. The last time the West Ghost King believed his crap, and the old man used it as an excuse to beat him so badly he still hasn't gotten out of bed for half a year. All the old man wants is the thrill of having everyone kneel and lick his boots. He sneered at the Yama King. What a hypocrite. He doesn't even dare to go to the heavenly palace, showing off and acting tough in his own home. He's the real useless one. Just then, from behind, the young Yama King returned. Honorable father, your child has returned. The old man turned with a furious face. Is it done? Yes, it is. There was indeed a demon lord causing trouble, but he has been taken to the dungeons. Taken to the dungeons. Didn't I tell you to bring me his head? But didn't you say to take him to the dungeons, father? He took out a token. Isn't this the dungeon token you specifically gave me? The old man's eyes turned red with rage as he questioned him. Are you implying that I remembered incorrectly? The young man recoiled in fear. No, that's not what I meant. Then let me ask you, would I give a wrong order? The moment he finished speaking, the Yama King landed a massive punch that deformed the young man's face. He lay motionless on the ground, the imprint of a fist on his cheek. The subordinates saw this and trembled at their boss's terrifying nature. The old man walked over to his son, gently grabbed him by the throat, and lifted him up. From now on, if any of you dares to doubt me, or you'll end up just like him. The old man yelled, Did you hear me loud and clear, you dogs? The 4 terrified underlings shouted in unison, "Yes, great king, as you command, great king." Is this old geezer taking this opportunity to warn everyone? For him, even when he's wrong, he has to be right. Even a vicious tiger won't eat its own cub, yet he's using his own son to make an example. Damn it. What kind of animal does this in front of so many people? Does he not need to save any face for his own son? I'll ask you again. Did I tell you to throw him in the dungeon or to bring his head to the little king of hell? Still determined not to lie, he answered, "Father, you really did say to throw him in the dungeon." Seeing this, the pointy-faced guy yelled out to stop him. "Young master, don't be so stubborn. You'll really die." The old man raised his fist threateningly. "What did you just say? Speak up. This king didn't hear you clearly." Before he could strike, a giant beam of light suddenly shot down from behind. It crashed straight into the ground, startling them into turning around. The master and his 2 disciples had arrived. Hey, you old geezer." Hachnan clasped his hands in a mock greeting, but his face was furious. "I was worried there were too many people here, that it might be too much if I didn't save some face for you." "Well, this is just great now. You really don't care about face at all, do you?" After he spoke, Wukong and the Mystic Maiden also got into a battle stance. Where did these snot-nosed brats come from? Daring to come to the underworld to seek your own death. Wukong cracked his knuckles eagerly. "Master, let me go beat him up." Hachnan frowned and replied, "No need. This time I'll do it myself." The cooldown time for the Apex card was already prepared. "Whoa, well. Master, you want to handle this personally? This should be exciting. I get to learn something new again." The cooldown has been shortened to just 1 minute. Next time, I might be able to cast it instantly. Hachnan yelled, "Come forth!" And immediately a massive surge of spiritual energy appeared all around. A muscular war god with Super Saiyan 3 hair appeared. This is the strongest king of hell in history, King Qingguang. What an interesting ability. All right, this time I'll play with something a little different. The buff guy immediately sat down looking scornful. The king of hell started to wet his pants. A transformation not worth mentioning. But what's with this aura? This isn't... The buff guy spoke up. "Let's play a little trick. This king will sit still and let you attack. If I move a single step, I lose. How about it, brat? Wait until you can withstand 3 of this king's moves before you start boasting." The guy on the side immediately summoned a thunder demon that looked like a weird blob. The cool boy demon charged in, aiming to smash the king of hell's face in. The king of hell just flicked his hand, and the thunder demon was obliterated. The king of hell said smugly, "So this is the skill that makes you so arrogant." The buff guy grinned. "It's not over yet, old man." The demon behind him got right back up as if nothing had happened. It rushed forward to punch the king of hell, but he dodged and immediately gave the demon an uppercut. Another punch to the left jaw, one to the right, followed by a relentless combo to the demon's face. Finally, the old man used his ultimate, most badass move. He grabbed the demon by its 2 shoulders and ripped the demon in 2, sending gore splattering everywhere. The king of hell laughed gleefully, his mouth stretching wide. "Useless, I already told you. You couldn't even defend against that." The old man struck a super cool pose. "This little bit of power is completely insufficient." The guy on the side looked smug as if he was still holding back. "Oh, is that so, you pig?" The old king of hell was an arrogant man who hated his own kind. "Damn it. You're clearly just a little imp who still smells of his mother's milk, yet you always act so high and mighty. Today, I will teach you what it means to respect your elders and the proper order of things, and of course, the price will be your life." The guy on the side replied coldly, "Sorry. You're too old. You're not even strong enough to reach my stage." Just as he finished speaking behind him, the 2 halves of the demon began regenerating at high speed, like the Terminator. The old man glanced over with a look of astonishment. High-speed regeneration. How is that possible? That's a superclass talent that only top-tier beings possess. Besides, this thing is clearly just a 1 million level summoned beast. The other half was also gradually regenerating. Both demons were now slowly approaching, wanting to beat the king of hell to a pulp. The king of hell's eyes widened in shock. Damn it! Not only did it regenerate, but it also split in 2. I've never heard of a summoning talent like this. Just what kind of deity is he? The guy sitting on the side threw in a light taunt for fun. This is where the fun begins. I'm telling you, that expression on your face is so boring. Our little game has only just begun. Old man. The old man's eyes lit up as if he'd just found a pile of cash. Very good kid. In that case, this king doesn't need to hold back anymore, right? He suddenly transformed into a boom boom version and started powering up. He flexed his glutes, causing the pressure radiating from him to become scorching. Wukong frowned. He could feel that the pressure had completely changed. The old man's entire body was enveloped in a red power. He flexed his glutes again, firing off countless small energy blasts. The thunder demon roared and raised its hands to block, but the blasts converged on a single point, shattering its precious arm. While it was still reeling in fear, the king of hell flashed behind it and landed countless blows to the thunder demon's face from behind. The second demon charged forward to retaliate for its colleague. He threw a punch at the back of King Yama's neck, but not only was it useless, his precious arm went stiff and numb. The group of onlookers turned pale. Am I this strong? So this is the great power I've been hiding. The old man in rage struck out with a shout, sending the demon's head flying. Wukong's two disciples and Xuan Nu were about to piss their pants. We're on a completely different level. Even my power, combined with the monkey's, is no match for him. That demon whose head flew off has only regenerated a little bit, not super VIP Pro like before. Old King Yama laughed like the Joker. Aha, as expected, your recovery speed is far too slow, ha ha ha. Your space is almost wide. I told you, didn't I? There's no such thing as true immortality. This thing is only capable of so much. Although my Astra state doesn't last long, it's more than enough to slay this summoned beast. King Yama also knew to seize the opportunity. As the weak pawns flew in to kill them, the old man raised his two hands, intending to smash the thunder demon. But from behind, our hero spoke up. Hold on a sec, sweetie. The old man turned around growling. What, you want to surrender? Too late. Our hero replied, No, you've got it all wrong, old man. He gave a smug smile. I just wanted to ask you one thing. Are you ready? Because I'm about to look cool as hell, old man. Hearing this, the two disciples also grinned smugly. There it is. Did you guys hear that? Our master is about to show his stuff. I ask you, what do you think of our summoned beast's power? King Yama gritted his teeth in frustration. Is that all you've got? This king has only used half of his power. Enough to slaughter all of you. Our hero laughed scornfully and said, Hey, only half, you say. He pointed a single finger to the sky. Well then, that's perfect. He shouted, Come forth! A beam of spiritual energy shot down from the sky, surprising King Yama. The old man charged forward in a rage. You're just trying to act cool to buy time. Or to launch a sneak attack, right? I won't let you get your way. Halfway there, he suddenly stopped. What the hell is this? On the ground, countless large holes had appeared. Hand seals. Our hero gave him a sly smile. Don't be so tense. They're just a bunch of holes in the ground. What kind of trick is this kid trying to pull now? I'm just adding a little spice for you. He pointed his finger to the sky again. From the holes he had made, he summoned a volabear, a massive hulking bear. It had cool hacker-style hair and was decked out with some VIP pro gear. It let out a roar drool flying everywhere, making the old King Yama tremble with fear. Our hero glanced at the beast. So, how's that? How many parts of your power will this one take? I have to run. This was the only thought in King Yama's mind right now. His years of combat instinct told him that he was not in the same league as this monster. If they fought, he would be dead in 3 rounds. But right now, his legs were trembling so violently he couldn't take a single step. Helpless thoughts echoed in his mind. Damn it, what do I do now? What do I do? Seeing the old man shaking so hard the ground trembled, the hacker-like hero taunted him. Don't be scared. He held up 2 fingers. There's more, you know. The old man's eyes widened as he stammered, More. There's more. Of course there is. He waved his hand and chanted, 8 ultimate heavenly seals. Activate. The crowd of lovely extras panicked as a brilliant light from the heavens shot down a blinding surge of power. A second later, a small, bright yellow dragon appeared. Well, not so small. It was 10 times bigger than the snow bear from before. Wukong's jaw dropped, deeply moved. Whoa. Even though I was mentally prepared for this, I'm still blown away. Xuannu's eyes widened as she said, "This is just too much. Who's stronger, him or my father?" The crowd panicked, their mouths agape, shouting, "Oh my God, a golden dragon! Isn't that an ancient divine beast that went extinct 1,000 years ago?" Model, looks like the great king is done for this time. Done for is an understatement. All three of his eyes and his nose were streaming with fluid. Seeing him look so dazed, men decided to threaten him a little more. Calm down, there's more. It's just that this one requires a prop. Now where is it? Let me look for it. Just a moment. Almost got it. Here we go. At this point, the old king of hell didn't even have the strength to speak. He looked like a baby bracing for a spanking. And men pulled out a red card satisfied. Here it is. Found it. This is the one. A second later, he yelled, "Ancestral seal activate!" Immediately, a giant summoning circle appeared. The sky turned fiery red, dark clouds gathered with crashing thunder, and a tornado swirled in like a cataclysmic disaster. Even An-Men himself was astonished, unable to believe it. Whoa, this is unreal. Is this really the peak power of that insecure kid? The entire crowd, along with the skinny and fat duo, stared wide-eyed in disbelief. The two disciples stammered, "What the hell is that thing?" A single giant red eye appeared, filling the entire sky. Just the eye alone was already 100 times larger than the dragon from earlier. Its gaze was fixed intently on the king of hell. The old man was so helpless, he probably crapped his pants. "Damn it, run, move you useless legs, move!" But his limbs were stiff, trembling uncontrollably. Gradually, his power faded into nothing, and he was a mess of leaking fluids. His voice became incredibly soft. "Ha ha ha. I wonder which great lord from the heavens has descended. This humble one has angered you. Please withdraw your divine power." And men replied smugly, "What's wrong? Can't fight anymore." I wouldn't dare if you were to lift a finger, my lord. This humble one would vanish into thin air. Ha ha. Men stepped closer. What's that foul smell around here? Good. Now let me ask you again. How does my power compare to yours? By what factor? The king of hell, as obedient as a puppy groveled, this humble one had dog's eyes and failed to recognize your greatness. I beg for your forgiveness, my lord. Please just treat me like a fart and let me go. We are not even worthy of your little finger. We can't even compare to your fingernail. If you wish it, my lord, I will become your dog here in the underworld. Command me as you please. Hachnan gave a cold smile and replied, "You're quite the flatterer." "Very well, so what if I told you that I have a special ability to summon someone's future body, and that the body I'm using right now is the future body of your very own son? How would you feel about that?" Hearing Hachnan's words, the old king of hell froze for a few seconds. Then he burst out laughing. "Ha ha ha, my lord, that's a good one. That boy is nothing but trash. How could he ever compare to even a fraction of your greatness? Are you joking? You must be. No matter how immense the power, the aura doesn't change." Men replied with a smile, "Whether I'm joking or not, you know the truth better than anyone. Isn't that right? Dear father." This threw the king of hell into confusion. "Can you feel it now? The gap between you and the son you've humiliated his entire life at the same age? Diwali. Will you even be worthy to carry his shoes? My lord, yay. You didn't come all this way to my underworld just to humiliate me, did you? Is there some grudge between us?" Hachnan answered bluntly, "Humiliate you? Are you even worthy? My purpose for coming here is to take your son with me. He's nothing like you. He's a true genius. Following a useless old fool like you will only hold him back. As for you, if you don't have the guts to fight, then tuck your tail between your legs and get lost. I'm not like you. There's no joy in bullying the weak. The life of a man like you is truly pathetic." The old man, his face burning with shame, clasped his hands. "Understood, my lord. I'll get lost now." His underlings seized the chance to mock him. "Serves you right, for someone who does nothing but bully his own men. Why aren't you acting so high and mighty anymore? Go on, throw another fit. Serves you right." The old man walked over to his precious son, his face dark with humiliation. But the young king of hell showed no resentment and instead tried to comfort him. "Father, are you all right?" But contrary to his son's kindness, the old man exploded with rage. "Get lost! I don't need your pity." As fast as lightning, he threw a punch right at the young king of hell. But the boy dodged it easily. The old man yelled, "I don't need it!" Tears welled in his eyes. "Isn't it enough that you've humiliated me this much? You damn bastard!" This left both the young king of hell and Hachnan completely baffled. The king of hell leaned into his son's ear. "From now on, we are strangers. Don't you ever call me your damn father again." With that, he turned and walked away coldly. The boy looked utterly heartbroken, prompting On Men to walk over for a talk. "Why does he treat you like that? Is there some hidden reason?" The little Yama King looked down and began his story. "My father wasn't always like this. Although he was still arrogant and domineering, he also had a gentle side. Really, I would have never guessed. He would practice swordsmanship with me, play chess, and even go on trips." He forced a small smile, his eyes welling up. "Now that I think about it, it all feels like a lie. So how did things end up like this?" The little Yama King hesitated and said, "Because one time something unexpected happened. My father and mother went on a trip to celebrate my birthday. But they unexpectedly ran into a true god-level demon beast. Wukong and the Mystic Lady were shocked. A real god-level being. Even though it was just a low-tier god-level demon beast, it was still overwhelmingly powerful. Father had to abandon all his treasures just to barely get mother to safety. I was sleeping in the camp, so I escaped. When I woke up, I found out that my mother had left this world forever. From that day on, everything changed. Father became violent and dark, cruel, and bloodthirsty. That's when he started being violent with me, too. And it just got worse and worse. It even escalated to abuse." The little Yama King's eyes filled with sadness. "I'm sure that in his heart, Father has always seen me as the one who got the person he loved most killed. So you've been enduring all this abuse because you feel guilty." "Of course. It's not just that. I just feel that if I lost my father too, I'd truly be all alone in this world." Hearing this, the whole group was deeply moved, but that doesn't matter anymore. Given the current situation and Father's personality, he'll definitely want nothing to do with me anymore. The boy looked up at the sky coolly. "So I don't need to hesitate any longer. It's time to leave. I'll go and see the wider world out there." Beep beep. The system panel appeared. "Congratulations, Hack Nan Tan Guang, for escaping the influence of your father. Potential value increased to 33%. Congratulations on completing the mission." The system tossed Hack Nan a new peak card, Holy Fox Daji. Hack Nan held the new card, but he didn't feel happy. His feelings were complicated. Scene changed to the old Yama King sitting in front of his wife's grave. Ran. "In the end, I still couldn't keep my promise to you." He recalled the past before his wife died. "Damiao, promise me. You must never ever let Guanger know the truth about what happened. Tell him that a god-level demon beast appeared and killed me." As soon as she finished, she spat out a mouthful of blood. The old Yama King cried in the rain, his sorrow overwhelming. "Don't talk anymore, just rest." She gave one last smile and spoke her final words. "I also want to tell you that meeting you was the greatest honor of my life. Promise me you'll live on happily okay. Please, don't hate Guanger. Let's meet again in the next life." The Yama King's roar of her name echoed through the heavens. Back to the present. He told his late wife about today's events. Perhaps that great lord can deal with the monster inside him, but it has nothing to do with me anymore. I listened to you. I didn't let him know the truth, but I really can't not hate him. And I will hate him forever. I'll curse him because he's the one who took your life." He collapsed to the ground, looking up at the sky. "If only in this life? It had always been just the two of us." Scene changed to Xianshu Street in the human realm. The atmosphere was somber as the coffin containing one of the 12 10th-ranked members of the Heavenly Palace was radiating a dark aura. A few seconds later, a massive amount of dark spiritual energy erupted from the coffin. A crowd of troublemakers had gathered eagerly awaiting this moment. "Damn, I've been waiting forever? Hurry up, it's finally about to happen." The great master, once ranked 10th in the Heavenly Palace, suddenly shot straight up into the sky. Well, a red-haired guy has appeared. This red-haired guy has a very cocky look on his face, and he's barely wearing any clothes, showing everything. The little old man grinned from ear to ear. "Ha ha ha, it worked. I'm the best. I can't believe it actually worked. The little old man, getting carried away, started boasting in front of the red-haired guy. Ha 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 ha! Great master! It was us who resurrected you. This made the master turn red with rage, and he raised his sword. Swish! Swish, swish. A few slashes, and the whole group was cut to pieces. One became a headless horseman, another's face looked like Goro's. The master bared his filthy, disgusting teeth in delight. It's been a long time. Ah, the sweet smell of fresh blood. He raised his hands to the sky level with his shoulders, breathing it in. Come on, let this old man slaughter the world once more until the rivers run with blood. For some reason, I ended up in the damn human realm instead of being revived in the underworld, he screamed. Damn it, being revived in the underworld would have been perfect. You damn bastards. This old man remembers all of your auras. Now I will find you and chop you all to pieces. From behind, a voice spoke, accompanied by several snakes. Old man, aren't you embarrassed talking to yourself? Surprised, with question marks popping over his head, he turned around. A tiny little girl winked and said hello. This was the scout Medusa. He stared intently at Medusa, preparing to give her a little bloody gift. Did I let a fish slip through the net just now? But before he could fire, she glided across the water as fast as a wave, reaching him so quickly it even surprised him. Damn, she was fast. Then she flashed behind him, taunting him and making him see red. Well, he was already red anyway. She said, "Pay up quickly, I'm still here." The old man was so scared he bolted, almost getting hit by a massive lotus seed fist. Medusa raised two fingers, aiming precisely in his direction. Red-haired Juan. Boom! A loud explosion. Red-haired Juan's left side blew apart. The attack was so fast, he didn't even realize what happened. By the time he fired his lotus seed fist, Medusa had already flashed somewhere else ages ago. Red-haired Juan realized he'd lost his mouth and an arm, writhing in pain. What happened? What trick did she pull? Even though my power hasn't fully recovered, this bitch is just ridiculously strong. I've never heard of a character like this. She pointed a finger at red-haired Juan, smiled, and said, "The people of this world are surprisingly weak." A beautiful slash severed his right arm, turning him into a helpless clown. Finally, she raised 5 fingers as red-haired Juan wore a terrified expression, looking like he was about to cry for his mommy. Medusa grinned sinisterly. "The weak don't deserve to live in this world, you know." Instantly, Medusa literally turned red-haired Juan into a sieve, but he cleverly transformed into a phantom soul and escaped. Medusa said, disappointed, "Tisk, he got away again." Fighting these kids from this world is no fun at all. He's a fast runner, I'll give him that. I didn't even get to use my remaining ultimate skill. What a shame. Suddenly, Medusa sensed an unexpected aura in this place. She could even sense the aura of another descender. She created a large spatial gate. Let's see which colleague this is. When the gate revealed Hak Nyan and his disciples, she immediately swooned. "Ooh, Aizu is so handsome." Medusa laughed, shaking with excitement. To think it's a senior. She immediately shot up into the sky to find Hak Nyan. "This is great. I'll go meet up with you, sir." Meanwhile, the master and his disciples were standing before a massive cliff. Hak Nyan spoke up. "All right, I'll give a demonstration here." The disciples were all eager to see their master show off. Anben raised 2 fingers, channeling his spiritual energy. Hak Nyan threw the skill straight at the cliff face, and the palm strike grew larger and larger as it approached. When it hit the mountain, it created a pretty decent explosion. It left a huge crater in the mountain, but it wasn't enough to completely shatter it. Wukong was surprised because the power seemed a bit ordinary, but right after that, all 3 of them saw a strange phenomenon. A giant claw appeared, along with a one-eyed green monster that looked like a floor mop. But after just a few seconds, it gradually faded away completely. Wukong, bewildered, said, "Spiritual energy." Even though it's only at the late Foundation establishment phase and the power is ordinary, that terrifying ancient aura from the stone cave just now. What was that? He walked over and asked Tan Kwang. "You felt it too, right? That ancient aura from just now?" "Yeah, I saw it. So I wasn't just imagining things. What was that? Some kind of summoning technique?" Tan Kwang's face suddenly turned serious as he replied, "Definitely not. Its aura is completely different from a summoned beast." "Not a summoned beast. Then what is it?" "I don't know either." An Mei looked at his enlightened hand and pondered. Ever since Hak Nyan used the card for the third time, my body has naturally been able to release this power. Moreover, this familiar feeling is getting stronger. Every inch of my flesh seems to be telling me that this power originally belonged to me. But that's not right. I'm clearly a transmigrator. On Earth, I was really just a college student who suddenly dropped dead. Could it be from the original host? That doesn't seem right either. I clearly didn't inherit the original host's memories, so how could I have inherited his power? He was completely helpless. He couldn't explain why this was happening. Furthermore, every time this body releases its power, the aura it gives off is enough to give people goosebumps. What is that? Unable to get an answer from the kid, Wukong turned to Hak Nyan. Master, what was that ancient aura just now? Hak Nyan had intentionally performed it a second time in front of his disciples to gather information. He wanted to get information from them. So even they don't know, he thought. He replied, that I can't say. You all will have to figure it out for yourselves later. Wukong, startled, misunderstood Hak Nyan's intention. So, that's it. This is a lesson from Master. I must learn it quickly. He believed it wholeheartedly and bowed deeply. Thank you, Master, for your guidance. This left Hak Nyan speechless, only able to offer a wry smile. If none of you have any information, then there's no need to overthink it for now. After I use the card a few more times, the truth will naturally become clearer. So the most urgent matter is to quickly complete more missions and get the peak card. But before that, I have a pretty interesting idea. Hak Nyan called Xuan Nu over to discuss a little business. What is it, Master? He leaned into Xuan Nu's ear and whispered, Listen to me, blah, blah, blah. So, how about it? Xuan Nu shyly agreed, but still stammered, Well, yes, but it's just... Don't worry, just do as I say. Like this, and like that. Yes, Master. The two boys stood there completely bewildered, not understanding a thing. What did our master say? I don't know. Me neither. The man turned to ask them, chuckling slyly. As your master, I ask you too, who do you think is superior? The two boys just stood there stunned. Who's superior? Who's superior? What does he mean? Xuan Nu and I have already discussed it. Whichever of you is stronger will become the head disciple. Wukong immediately put his hands on his hips, full of arrogance. Do you even need to ask? It's obviously me. Who else could it be? In contrast to Wukong, Tan Kuang timidly refused. Head disciple, sir. I definitely can't do it. Hak Nyan laughed and said, Just talking won't cut it. The head disciple must be the strongest. Therefore, you two need to have a little test. You didn't finish your fight last time, so continue it now. Little king of hell before. Didn't you say you wanted to take me as your master? Yes, that's right, master. You're the most powerful expert I've ever met. By following you, I'm sure I'll learn a great deal. Anben suddenly added a sentence that made the two boys' faces turn pale. Then enough talk. Go at it with everything you've got. If you lose, I will no longer accept you as my disciple. As soon as he said that, Wukong immediately leaped back, his eyes filled with killing intent. A fair competition was about to begin. Wukong launched a lightning-fast attack at Tan's rear. Seeing that he was about to get his face smashed, Tan Kuang raised 2 fingers to counter. 4 King's Beast Summoning. Second form. Wukong knew that these kinds of skills required casting time, so he went for a quick victory, unleashing a flurry of combos on Tan Kuang. But from behind, a summoning portal appeared, which Wukong sensed and narrowly dodged. Wukong turned around to see a pitch-black ink dragon already lunging to bite him. Wukong gritted his teeth in frustration. He's already reached a level where he can summon without an incantation. Tan Kuang also took this opportunity to summon the turtle. 4 King's Beast Summoning 4th form. A massive alligator-snapping turtle appeared, shielding Tan Kuang. Wukong let out a sigh. That turtle monster is back again. But this time, this young master won't let you off. The ink dragon dove down from above to attack Wukong. He clenched his butt and glute muscles, creating several great Tao orbs. He leaped into the sky, struck the ink dragon, and spun in a circle, causing the dragon to explode into smithereens. The spectacular sight left Tan Kuang astonished. He destroyed the ink dragon with a single punch. As expected, the monkey with his enhanced barrier power was no longer an opponent that either Xuan Nu or the King of Hell could easily handle alone. But what if both of them came at him at once? Poor Wukong. Why does it feel like he's been the only one fighting this whole time? Anben turned to Xuannu. Disciple, it's your turn to enter the fight. Kinnu had a very sly look on her face, as if she had a cheating scheme planned. Understood, Master. Master, I'm all prepared. Haknian raised a hand to his mouth and whispered, Don't let those two find out. Understood, Master. Xuannu materialized a small, cute eagle. You hear me? Just be careful. She tossed the fledgling into the sky. Go, go! This was a magical artifact divine bird possession. It immediately flew at high speed and entered the turtle shell. Wukong gritted his teeth in anger. I admit that turtle shell of yours was a real pain before, but things are different now. These 3 realm-breaking orbs are the greatest respect I can show you. But you can't win. As soon as he finished, Wukong fired 3 energy blasts straight at the alligator turtle. Everyone looked on with tense expressions. The 3 blasts exploded, shaking the entire sky. Wukong laughed triumphantly. Ha ha ha, you've lost. There's no way you could have withstood that attack. But the reality was harsh. The turtle was completely undamaged. Wukong panicked. What the? What's going on? How is it not damaged at all? This isn't right. I definitely tested its defenses before. I was sure that 3 of those blasts would be more than enough. There's only one possibility. This guy was hiding his true strength. Damn it, I only have 4 orbs left now. Even if I break his shield, it's useless since he still has 2 other divine beasts. Damn it, I underestimated him. Wukong's face suddenly darkened with disappointment. Hak Nan, who was watching the match, already knew the outcome now that things had come to this. With the monkey's intelligence, he must have already assessed the situation and wouldn't do anything foolishly stubborn anymore. Wukong clenched his fists and said with a choked voice, I'm not happy about it, but I admit that I lost. Wennu walked over to Anmen and asked, Master, is the monkey okay? Anmen replied seriously, Don't worry, that kid is the great sage equal to heaven. It's just that the more disappointed he gets, the more courage he'll gain. Wukong's face is getting more and more interesting now. See, look. Master, you're a really good judge of character. Wukong pointed at Qin Guang. You little brat, listen closely to me, your old man's son. I'll let you hold on to the position of eldest senior brother for now, but one day, I, your old man's son, will take it back with my own hands. And I'll wash away the shame of today. After that, he immediately held out his hand to summon something. Next time, I'll defeat you in the field you're best at. A small baby dragon flew out. Wukong held up the cute baby dragon looking cool, which made everyone freeze. You've got to be kidding me. Men's face looked like he was constipated as he yelled, You brat, you've already learned how to summon beasts. Isn't that a bloodline talent? Damn it, do you have a Sharingan or something? Oh, Kakashi, he cried a river while comforting himself. Maybe he was born with the summoning talent all along, it just hadn't been activated yet. Fine, just fine. The position of main character in this story. You can have it. I'm not competing with you anymore. Beep beep, the system panel appeared. Congratulations, the handsome Monkey King has encountered a setback. The greater the disappointment, the greater the increase in potential value plus 5%. The young King of Hell has received great encouragement. Potential value increased by 5%. Anmen's jaw dropped as he laughed in delight. Ha ha. It's just as I predicted. Not long before. Yeah. When the two of them were discussing their plan, did that super powerful old father of yours give you any items that can support others? That's I'd say. He did, but, Master, what are you planning? It's like this. The monkey is naturally quite impulsive. Ever since he learned about the realm of spiritual power, he usually refuses to train. The little King of Hell lacks confidence. Although half of it is to go along with his father, the other half is genuine insecurity. So I think, if we can let the little King of Hell defeat the monkey, it could benefit both of them. We have to teach them according to their abilities. Xuannu thought it made perfect sense. That seems reasonable. Let's do as you say, Master. Back in the present, Anmen was smiling slyly at Xuannu. So, was I right, or was I right? Then the two of them high-fived in celebration. All right, since the winner has been decided, retract your divine powers and come down. We have to get to the next destination, but the danger wasn't over yet. From a distance, Medusa was watching. Senior Hacknon, are you playing with this trash to relieve your boredom? If that's the case, the girl rushed forward decisively, then I'll join in on the fun too. As soon as she finished speaking, she slashed straight at the turtle. Everything seemed to happen so fast that no one had time to react. Just a second after taking the hit, Qin Guang's VIP Pro Turtle vanished into thin air. Hacknon, with a serious expression, asked Xuan Nu, "Has your support artifact lost its effect?" Xuan Nu's face went pale as she replied, No, sir. It's still working. It seems we've run into big trouble this time. Just from one look, Hacknon's sixth sense told him that this enemy before him. He looked towards Medusa and could feel it. It was unlike any opponent he had ever faced before. He even felt that if he used his trump card and managed to win, it would be a Pyrrhic victory. Medusa approached that guy men, but in a moment of crisis like this, his body at this very moment was uncontrollably trembling with excitement. He revealed a look of sheer pleasure, drooling. Is it because of the trump card? Could it be that even my personality is changing? Damn it. Or is this the real me, Hacknon? At this moment, Medusa was still formal and polite. Senior, what's wrong? You were all having fun, so I can understand if you're annoyed that I interrupted. But what's with this hostility and the aura of the other half of this body? Jianke was completely baffled, his head full of question marks. Up close, I truly feel that you've already become a person of this world. You've already become a person of this world. But the other half of your aura clearly belongs to someone from our Western upper echelons. How weird. Medusa's eyes suddenly switched to PK mode. Can you explain this to us? Senior Hacknon froze when he heard the slang term. Did she say the West? And her appearance. Could it be that they've arrived? Isn't it a bit too soon? Moreover, she said I have the aura of the West. He immediately thought of the small, delicate wings on his back. Could it be them? Seeing Hacknon not responding, Medusa wondered, is this guy high or something? The more I look, the more he seems like a native of this world. No, I have to test him. Medusa hid one hand, preparing a surprise attack. She thought a fight will naturally reveal the true nature of his energy. In just half a second, Medusa created an orb of spiritual energy and threw it at Hacknon with all her might. Instantly, the orb transformed into a cube trapping Hacknon, Wukong, and Xuan Nu. Seeing their master in danger, they shouted in unison. She stood there admiring her handiwork for a moment, then let out a perverted laugh. I trust that you, Senior, will forgive this junior's caution. Hacknon was busy scheming. This person seems to have mistaken me for one of their allies. If I make a move right now, I'll be exposed immediately. Besides, do I really have to waste a peak-tier card to deal with this person? What about the mission? Now Medusa laughed like the Joker. Senior, if you don't break this barrier soon, the air will disappear completely. Just as she finished speaking, his two sworn disciples suddenly charged forward to rescue him. Two powerful attacks created an explosion of intermingling gold and purple. But damn it, it was still no use. Even though the ground around them had shattered, Wukong ground his teeth in frustration. Damn it, you've got to be kidding me. It's even harder than Little Yama's turtle shell. Hacknon, holding the peak-tier card, thought to himself, the monkey and Xuan Nu are no match for this person. There's no other choice. There's only one way. Then he raised the Saintly Fox Dodgy card. Seeing this, Medusa laughed gleefully. Come on, sweetie, bring it on. Suddenly, the sky darkened, a scene that put everyone on high alert. Hacknon looked up, also confused as to why the sky had changed. The sun suddenly turned red, and strange bolts of lightning appeared. It shot out a giant hand that moved towards Medusa and grabbed her. The girl ground her teeth in shock. What the hell is this? Then Medusa was squeezed tightly in its palm before she could escape. Medusa strained with all her might to break free, but it was useless. Damn it, I can't get out. The girl screamed in frustrated helplessness. Why can't I break free? Afterwards, the giant hand slowly retracted into the sky, leaving a final message for our boy. This one has come to save you. Now you must quickly recover your strength. A second later, the hand vanished completely, and the sky returned to normal. The whole group stood there stunned and confused. Our boy turned to Wukong and asked, what did those words just now mean? But Wukong was having an existential crisis. Hacknon, what words? Was there a voice? I only saw a giant hand snatch that snake demon away. Guan Nu was also tense. Dad, did you see a ghost or something? Perhaps it was some top-tier powerful figure. Right, from the Celestial Palace. I didn't hear anyone say anything either. Hak Nyan was completely dumbfounded. His face looked like he had just crapped his pants. You didn't hear it. Then it was clearly meant for me to hear Hak Nyan looked down at his own powerful arm and thought I must quickly restore the power within this body. What kind of earth-shattering secret does it hold? Who am I really? Where did I come from? This is such a headache. I have to speed things up. Only by unlocking the Celestial Palace card can I figure everything out. Our boy ordered his disciples to hurry to the next location to complete the mission. In this situation, overthinking won't help. He suddenly picked up the mini king's mask. He realized something. Oh crap. I forgot I haven't checked this item yet. The last notification said it didn't have enough energy. It needed a certain amount of time to absorb the world's energy. It should be about enough by now. As soon as he finished his thought, our boy activated the mask's innate ability. Suddenly, a light shone ahead. A large mansion appeared, and in front of Hak Nyan was a spatial gate. What is this, a door? Ding, a notification from the system panel appeared. The user of the king's mask is qualified to open the king's door within the king's space entrance will possess the ability of infinite resurrection and infinite energy. Hearing the explanation, our boy thought to himself, a powerful boss. More like infinite mobs, infinite stamina, and infinite recovery. So this is the super fast premium experience dungeon, the high-class DLC for VIP 10, huh? He suddenly covered his face in frustration. But right now, every time I use my peak form, I get stronger even faster than this. The benefits are clearly higher than what this offers. Damn it! How can I possibly waste such an insane item? Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck him, giving him an idea. Wait a minute. If I don't use it, I can let my disciples use it. Hak Nyan turned to stare intently at his boys. This left them bewildered, wondering if their master was high on something. The idea was so surreal that the guy next to him laughed like a mad dog, saying, "That's just like turning on the auto-grind system in a game." Oh my god, letting us auto-grind. Why not be even more ruthless and just complete the training room for me? The system may like to mess with me, but it's never truly harmed me. So it probably won't be too dangerous for them. The system did mention before that if a disciple's power increases by 60%, there will be a new reward. The man spoke up. Hey, you kids, do you trust your master? The whole group confidently replied in unison, of course we do. Except for Tan Kwang, who was a bit hesitant, but he trusted Hak Nyan too. Very good. The man pointed towards the door and said, right now a great worldly opportunity lies before you. My children inside are countless of the strongest demon kings for you to train against and overcome. Furthermore, in there you will have infinite stamina and infinite recovery. In other words, a life or death battle that martial artists might seek their entire lives without finding will become a daily occurrence in there. After Hak Nyan's VIP pro speech, Wukong was speechless with excitement. Tan Kwang and Huyan Nu were just as shocked. Infinite recovery. The strongest demon kings. As for whether you, my children, dare to enter or not, that will depend on your courage and judgment. Wukong boldly replied, Fortune has always favored the bold. What is there that I, your humble servant, wouldn't dare to do? Huan Nu was a bit more hesitant. Since I've chosen to become your disciple, I will trust you unconditionally, master. I'll go in too. Tan Kwang spoke even more softly. If a powerful person like you wanted to harm us, and you wouldn't need to resort to such tricks, I'll go in too. Hearing that his disciples had all grown up, the man praised them wholeheartedly. Very well then. Let me see just how far your limits can be pushed. Your master will await your transformation when you emerge from your training. The three of them clasped their hands respectfully. We accept our master's blessings. After speaking, they immediately stepped through the gate, without a moment's hesitation. On his end, Hak Nyan smiled happily. I wonder how much stronger they'll be when they come out. I'm really looking forward to it. Do your best, kids. Whether this world can be saved all depends on you. As he finished speaking, he turned and walked away. I need to get going quickly, too. Time to complete my mission. I feel like I've been getting more and more motivated lately. Is this still the same old me, Hak Nyan? Meanwhile, in the mortal city of Tai, and inside the city lord's mansion, a man and a woman were kneeling before this well-endowed lady. Suddenly, with tears streaming down her face, she begged, City, Lord, you must bring justice for this humble girl. That animal not only forced himself on me, but he also stole the only property my father left me. The young man with a high forehead loudly refuted, City Lord, please don't listen to her slander. She's bad-mouthing me because I left her, so she came here for revenge. Her father sold me that garden while he was still alive. I have the papers. Those papers are forgeries he had someone make. My lord, please judge clearly. The city lord they were begging was none other than a young Neja. Tisk, how complicated. Both of your stories make sense. Who on earth am I supposed to believe? The girl said loudly, What I'm saying is the truth, my lord. Suddenly, Neja's expression turned dangerous. How about we do this? You both make me an offer. Whoever gives me more money, I'll rule that they're telling the truth. How about that? Hearing this, the girl's face went pale in panic. Huh, what? The guard chimed in. What do you mean, huh? Are you deaf? Hurry up and make your offer. All the money I had left for the year has already been sent to pay taxes. The taxes have increased so much, I'm lucky just to not have starved to death. Where would I get any more money from? The guard flared up in anger and shouted, You audacious peasant! Are you blaming the city lord? The girl replied in fear, I wouldn't dare. I wouldn't dare even if you gave me 100 times the courage. Neja raised her hand and said, Hey now. A good city lord shouldn't be so harsh with my people. My apologies, my lord. After being nice for 1 second, she got lewd again. If you don't have any money, then I have a proposal. You can come be my concubine for a month. And in return, I'll rule that you've won today's hearing. How does that sound? This made the girl blush completely flustered. The other girl blushed unable to believe on what she had just heard. She stammered in reply, This model. The young Natra sat on a chair, laughing smugly and sneering. Do you really think this master would be interested in a village woman like you? How hilarious. Being teased like that, the girl felt incredibly wronged. She was so upset that she burst into tears. Meanwhile, at the Nyat, the 6th place, he was full of spirit, confidently boasting, Sooner or later, I will make my name renowned throughout the world. Just you wait. However, the atmosphere in the tavern was nothing like what the Nyat had just described. No one paid any attention to his words. Some were leaving, while others continued to eat their food. Seeing people ignore him, the Nyat, the 6th servant, turned and whispered to him, Young master, please stop talking. It's a bit embarrassing. The Nyat didn't care. He shamelessly puffed out his chest and said, What's there to be embarrassed about? If you have a dream but don't even dare to speak of it, how can you ever achieve it? From now on, I will declare it to everyone in this tavern every single day. Speaking my mind is my way. At the same time, Hak Nyan, who was sitting bored in the tavern, lazily spoke up. Excuse me, sorry to interrupt. Hak Nyan continued, On my way here, I saw a cultivation sect just outside the city. Why don't you go join them? It's useless to just talk about it here every day. Then as he spoke, and picked up his chopsticks to get some food, the Nyat who was standing nearby heard Hak Nyan and shot him a menacing glare. Then the Nyat walked over and stared into Hak Nyan's face with a provocative expression. He asked, This guest, you look unfamiliar? You're not a local, are you? Hak Nyan smiled and replied, Just a traveler passing through. The Nyat angrily shouted, Well then, if you don't know the situation, don't give people stupid advice. It's easy for you to talk. What would a wanderer like you know about how difficult cultivation is? The Nyat continued, The listed price for a regular outer sect disciple is 300 taels. The tavern my father left me is also only worth 300 taels. Hak Nyan looked at the furious Nyat. He asked quizzically, So isn't that just enough? Before he could finish, the Nyat cut in. Enough my ass, don't I need to live? Don't I have expenses? Am I supposed to live like a pauper when I get to the sect? Besides, even if I had enough money, with no connections, no backing, and no one to guide you in the set, every step is a struggle. That damn cultivation sect is probably just as corrupt as this old city. But no matter what, sooner or later, I will find a way to become stronger and stand at the peak of the cultivation world. Hearing the Nyat say this, Hak Nyan's face went blank, his brow furrowing slightly. The Nyat noticed something. When he saw Hak Nyan's expression, the Nyat immediately felt looked down upon. He became furious and shouted at Hak Nyan, What's with that look? Are you looking down on me? Do you not believe I can become a great figure? Suddenly the knot grabbed Haknyan tightly by the collar and yelled, "Damn it, you wanderer! What right do you have to look down on me? Who the hell do you think you are?" He explained in a soft voice, Hey, I didn't say anything. You're being a little oversensitive, don't you think?" The Nyat angrily told Haknyan, "Cut the crap. Your expression says it all." Unable to control himself anymore, he ordered his large servant, "Teach him a lesson for me." The servant didn't react immediately and advised the Knot, "Young master, that's not a good idea." Seeing his servant disobey made the Knot even more annoyed. He screamed, "Enough talk, I told you to hit him, so hit him. I'll take full responsibility for whatever happens." Seeing that he still wouldn't move, the servant finally obeyed the Knot. With an icy expression, he walked towards Haknyan and said, "All right then. You were blind enough to offend the young master. Guess it's just your unlucky day." Haknyan sat there calmly and looked at the guy with a disdainful expression. Before he could make a move, a whirlwind suddenly blasted in from the door, startling the servant. The boss of the Two Dragons gang appeared. He smiled with a sinister look on his face as if he were plotting something. Standing behind him were two tall henchmen. After a moment, the leader opened his mouth and asked, "I say your protection fee seems to be 2 months late." "Right." The servant was now sweating bullets, frozen in place, not daring to speak. The boss slowly walked in and greeted them. "What's this? Are you planning to refuse to pay? Trying to play hardball with us brothers, are you?" The Knot's expression changed in a flash. He smiled and said, "Yo, isn't this brother Koi? The big boss of the Two Dragons gang, huh? It's not that we won't pay. Everyone knows that damned city lord's taxes are way too high. We'll definitely pay the full amount next month, Koi Na." Seeing that the Knot refused to pay and just kept arguing, he glared at the boy, raised his fist, and advanced on him, saying, "Hey, listen up." Terrified, the Knot kept backing away, but of course he couldn't escape. He took the full force of the man's powerful punch. Koi Nya's blow sent the Nyat flying backward. The Nyat's servant cried out in worry. Young master Koi Nya looked on with contempt. He looked down at where the Knot lay and asked, "Is everyone in your family dead or something? Why else would they let a little brat like you talk to me?" The Knot sat up and angrily shouted right in his face, "What are you so arrogant about? It's only because you have a gang backing you up. Just wait until I become a cultivator. I'll definitely beat you all until your teeth are scattered on the ground." Hearing the Knot's arrogant threat, the man walked over, grabbed him by the throat, slowly lifted him up and said, "Later. I'm afraid you won't get that chance. My brothers and I are here today to send you to meet the King of Hell." Hachnan, who had been watching silently, was suddenly startled by a beep. It was the system displaying a notification, detected a red-haired young man with a special talent. Upgrading his potential will yield an extra-level DLC reward. Hachnan was surprised and thought to himself, a special talent. A mere mortal managed to interest the system. Genuinely curious, he looked over at the Knot. Hachnan started walking towards Koi Nya. He spoke up, annoyed. "Damn this White Lotus act. I really want to do this." Full of fighting spirit, he advanced on Koi Nya. Hachnan said as he walked, "After all, that last DLC was just too good to pass up." Hachnan said softly, "Hey." Hachnan slammed Koi Nya's head into the ground and said, "Sorry about this, but I'll have to ask you to suffer a little." With a loud boom, the ground shook and cracked. The fissures gradually spread outwards. The servant's jaw dropped in astonishment, his eyes wide with fear. It wasn't just the ground. The cracks also spread up the walls of the shop. Koi Nya lay motionless to one side, completely unconscious. Just like that, the Nyat's shop was utterly destroyed. There was nothing but rubble all around. After beating the guy to a pulp, Hachnan didn't feel any joy. Instead, he broke out in a cold sweat and thought, "Oh crap, I overdid it again." Hachnan continued helplessly, "This time I'm really screwed." Feeling guilty for having destroyed the Knot's shop, Hachnan walked over to him and said gently, "My apologies, I don't have much experience, so my control over my strength isn't great. I'll compensate you for the damages." Suddenly, the Knot sat bolt upright, leaned towards Hachnan, and said, No need, honored immortal, I am deeply honored that you destroyed my home. Kait! The Nyat bowed his head low and said, "How could I dare ask for compensation? I was unaware of the honored immortal's identity before." The knot slapped himself hard across the face a few times. Then he said, "My offense was great. I deserve to die 10,000 times. I deserve death. I deserve death." Hachnan froze, not understanding why the knot was acting this way. So he wondered aloud, are cultivators revered this much in the mortal world? Is this the same arrogant and defiant brat from just a moment ago? He extended a hand towards the knot and continued, all right. Get up. I have some questions for you." After that, the knot knelt obediently before Hachnan. He sat on a rock opposite the knot and asked him seriously, "Tell me about that damned city lord you mentioned. What's the deal with him?" The knot, not quite understanding the question, repeated the two words. The city lord, Hachnan, was recalling the contents of the notification panel. He thought to himself, the system mentioned the target is in the city lord's manor. It's very likely the city lord they're talking about. It seemed the knot still didn't know what Hachnan was asking. So he immediately asked, "From the way you were talking earlier, is he a bad guy?" The knot timidly and sincerely replied, "Reporting to the honored immortal, that is the case now, but it wasn't always so. 2 years ago, under his rule, our city of Tai-An was prosperous, society was stable, and the people were wealthy and happy." Hearing this, Hachnan was a bit confused and cut the need off asking, "And then what?" Hearing that, he just continued, "Since the beginning of this year, for some unknown reason." He suddenly became numb and dull-witted. While he doesn't commit great evil, he's indifferent to the suffering of the people not even caring about their lives. He levies heavy taxes just for his own pleasure, making the lives of the people in the city worse and worse, causing them to complain and lament. People even suspect that he's been controlled by some evil spirit. Hachnan exclaimed in surprise, "An evil spirit?" The Nyat replied, "If not, how could such a drastic change have occurred? There's no other explanation." "That does sound plausible," Hachnan agreed. "True." Suddenly, as if he'd thought of something, the Nyat asked frantically, "Honored immortal, may I be so bold as to ask, are you inquiring about the city lord because you intend to rid the people of this scourge?" Hachnan could only force a smile and say, "Of course. It's an undeniable responsibility for the people to eliminate villains." That's what he said anyway. But the truth was, this was a mission he was forced to complete. That's why he reluctantly did it. The moment the Nyat heard the good news from him, he excitedly praised him, saying, "As expected of the immortal master, truly righteous." But a moment later, after thinking it over, the Nyat grew worried and said to Hachnan, "But I must advise you, sir, 1,000 times over not to do this." Hachnan asked in surprise, the Nyat, "Why weren't you the one who despised that city lord?" The Nyat answered the question and raised a finger in warning. "It's true he's despicable, but that city lord is not as simple as you think." Hachnan, curious, urged him, "Go on." The Nyat continued, "The city lord, he's an immortal too. He once carelessly offended someone from the outer sex city and was beaten half to death by him. But unexpectedly, that person turned out to be the head young master of the sect, which led to over 100 cultivators coming to his door for revenge. But guess what happened, sir? The entire sect was beaten so badly they pissed their pants." Hearing this, Hachnan felt helpless and thought to himself, "It must be Neja. There's no other explanation." As if all that wasn't enough, the Nyat said, "And that's not all. That sect, using some unknown method, managed to invite a true god from the heavenly palace for help. This was a real, bona fide true god," the Nyat recounted with a serious face. "But the moment that immortal saw our city lord, he immediately dropped to his knees with a thud. I know you probably don't believe me, master, but I saw it with my own 2 eyes." Hachnan seemed to know everything already. He picked his nose nonchalantly, chuckling to himself and thinking, how could I not believe you? Who would dare not to kneel before the son of the heavenly King Li? But that's not right. Why would he come to this mortal city to be a city lord? And what kind of demon would dare to possess him? Not wanting to overthink it, Hachnan immediately stood up and told the Nyat, "All right, I get it. Let's go. Lead the way to the city lord's manor." The Nyat, who was kneeling on the ground, exclaimed in surprise, "What?" "Helpless," the Nyat asked. "Immortal master, didn't you hear what I just said? That city lord is someone that even the gods from the heavens can't afford to provoke. Just then, Hachnan turned around, his eyes glaring, and said, "He's the one I'm looking for. I'm in a hurry to take on a disciple." Hearing this, the Nyat was overjoyed. His eyes lit up and he said excitedly, "Take on a disciple. Does this mean I've met a true legendary grandmaster?" And so he ran as fast as he could to catch up with Hachnan, happily tagging along and saying, this way, I'll take you there." A while later, the two were walking down a small street. The boy was still following behind, staring at him. Unprompted, the Knot enthusiastically introduced himself. "Your Eminence, immortal master, my name is the Knot. You can just call me a Knot." Hachnan looked at him with an indifferent expression and replied, "Not interested in knowing. Just lead the way." Despite the cold shoulder, the Knot's enthusiasm didn't wane in the slightest. He ran to keep up, pleading, "Don't be so cold. I know a great figure like you has probably severed all worldly desires, but isn't that just so boring?" Hachnan frowned, showing his annoyance, but the boy continued, "Master, you must come from some prestigious immortal cultivation sect, right?" Hachnan replied flatly, "Yeah, sure, of course." The Nyat continued to praise him. To have a background like that is truly enviable, being able to enter the path of immortality since childhood. Then with a pitiful expression, he shared, "Someone from the bottom rung like me isn't as lucky as you, sir." Hachnan sighed, uninterested. The Knot, as if deaf, kept running his mouth. "My parents are just ordinary small merchants. Wanting to cultivate is simply impossible." Hachnan glared at him, extremely annoyed by the nuisance, and said, "Hey, are you even listening to me? I said I'm not interested." The Nyat still tried to emotionally explain his situation, born into a bad situation, and then we get stuck with this useless city lord. Hachnan looked at him with a mix of judgment and irritation. "I said I'm not interested," the Knot pitifully recounted. "Everyone says that my destiny is in my own hands, not decided by the heavens. But for people from the lower class like us, what choice do we have? The class barrier has already been used by the upper class to crush us to death." While he was still spouting a long-winded speech, he didn't notice Hachnan rubbing his temples, muttering and gritting his teeth, trying to hold back. "Just endure it. He's still just a kid." It was still the Knot's voice. "Our vision, our network, our way of thinking. It's all so much worse." Hachnan listened to him drone on. The wrinkles on his face were already clearly visible. His eyes looked like he wanted to eat the boy alive. But he kept talking. "Other people's starting line is a finish line for us. A finish line we might never even be able to reach. First is fate, second is luck, third is feng shui. There's a reason they put fate first." Unable to take it anymore, Hachnan turned and kicked the boy, shouting loudly to cut him off. "I already said I'm not interested. Are you deaf or something?" Sixth immediately went pale before the tip of his shoe and said in fear, I get it. I'll shut my mouth." And so the two of them continued walking briskly down the road, but the atmosphere had changed. It was no longer noisy like before. After walking for a long time, the air was still quiet. Sixth, not used to it, asked, "Immortal Master, are you sure you don't want to make small talk? Mundane life might help you achieve enlightenment and a breakthrough in your cultivation, you know." Just when it seemed there would be peace and quiet, things went right back to how they were. Hacknian's inner voice screamed, "Oh my God, why did I have to pick up this talkative monster? Ante. He's truly the polar opposite of Xuan Nu. In the training grounds behind the city lord's mansion, a vast open space stood a massive white tiger radiating a powerful aura. Below it, a small child was looking up. The white tiger's eyes glowed fiercely with a majestic aura. He used a threatening tone. "Little Nasia, your royal father sent you down to the mortal realm to train. Not for you to become a tyrant." Hearing this, Nasia picked his ear with a bored expression. Not only was he unafraid, but he replied mockingly, "Humph, that's what those lowly commoners deserve." Seeing this, the white tiger's eyes widened in anger as he said, "Lowly commoners! In the past, you were unruly, but never to the point of saying such things. If I weren't standing right in front of you, I'd really suspect you've been possessed by some evil spirit. What on earth happened to make you change so much?" Neza completely ignored him. As they stared at each other, he changed the subject. "Master Tiger, since when did you become so long-winded?" What are you really down here for? To follow my royal father's orders and take me back? Master Tiger replied, It's nothing major. The Heavenly King just sent me to knock some sense into you. Nezha wasn't scared at all and let out a wide, sinister grin. Oh, is that so? Well, that's great, because this disciple has long been waiting for a chance to truly test his skills against his master. Hearing this, Master Tiger clasped his hands together, creating dazzling green threads that shot towards Nezha at infinite speed, while saying coldly, Then as you wish. The power was so immense that Nezha was instantly wrapped tightly in the threads, forming a cocoon-like barrier. Master Tiger spoke with angry, admonishing words. Let me show you my latest breakthrough, a sealing technique that even the Heavenly King praised endlessly. He let out a loud, Then, with a roar, purple chains wrapped around the cocoon containing Nezha multiplying by the second. This move is called the Heavenly Lock. Then Master Tiger coldly lowered his hand, as if controlling them using his technique to make the chains torment Nezha inside the cocoon. He then smiled with great satisfaction. Master Tiger explained the technique. The lightning attribute chains will paralyze the space around you. Combined with the super speed threads, you can't escape. But just to be sure, I've also borrowed a treasure that ordinary people wouldn't even dare to imagine. And so he stood outside observing the whole thing. Master Tiger's 2 fingers touched, creating a golden glow. An object immediately appeared in his hand. Master Tiger proudly introduced it. The Heavenly King's 7 Treasures Divine Pagoda. The 7 Treasures Pagoda immediately lit up as if it were on fire. The surrounding spiritual energy surged, making it stand out more than ever. A sharp golden needle emerged from the top of the pagoda. Master Tiger raised it high with a ferocious expression. Then he roared up. Suddenly, the size of the 7 Treasures Pagoda magnified abnormally. Master Tiger continued chanting. The top of the pagoda lit up and bolts of lightning suddenly shot out. It was now hovering above the cocoon containing Nezha. Finally, Master Tiger gave the command. The outcome is set. The 7 Treasures Pagoda slammed down onto the cocoon, instantly releasing an aura that enveloped the entire area. Master Tiger, now extremely triumphant, said, You should know better than I do. Once your royal father's divine pagoda hits its target, as long as it's a living thing, there is no escape. He stood watching from a distance, seeing the pagoda press down, cracking and shattering the ground in a wide area with no sign of movement from Nezha. Suddenly, Master Tiger panicked, not believing his eyes. His jaw dropped. What's happening? The life force inside the pagoda is disappearing at a frantic rate. Only now did he realize. He looked at the towering pagoda and yelled, It's the young master's aura. It's completely vanished. Without a second thought, Master Tiger immediately rushed forward shouting, Young master, what the hell is going on? Seemingly realizing the gravity of the situation, Master Tiger roared, Young master. Streams of blue energy appeared around the 7 Treasures Pagoda as if being drawn into the powerful tower. Wave after wave surrounded the pagoda, growing in number. Suddenly, the pagoda vanished instantly. In its place was the image of Nezha rapidly gathering his spiritual energy. Floating in the sky, Nezha slowly recovered his strength and original form, merging as one with the streams of energy. The moment he opened his eyes, his gaze was sharper than ever as he said, Living things can't escape. So what if I tear myself apart first and then regenerate? Master Tiger looked at him in his current state in shock and exclaimed, Regenerate! Nezha's hand then absorbed the energy and returned to normal. Master Tiger, now extremely worried, asked with a tremble, Could it be? Young master, you've entered the Nirvana realm. Nezha stood before him, raising his other hand to the sky to absorb the spiritual power, and said, Isn't it obvious enough? No longer able to maintain his composure, Master Tiger burst into tears and snot shouting, The ancestors be blessed! The ancestors be blessed! The Nirvana realm, lost to the heavenly palace for 3,000 years, has been achieved by my disciple. Finally, he joyfully hugged Nezha tightly and said proudly, 3,000 years! For 3,000 years, my disciple, you are amazing, immortal, and indestructible with limitless inner power. Young master, you've succeeded. You've succeeded. You've achieved true immortality. Seeing his master's sappiness, Nezha snapped irritably, Get off! Get off me now, you're disgusting! I'm only interested in pretty older sisters. Master Tiger clasped his hands and cried, Jade Emperor, protect us. Buddha, protect us. All the deities, protect us. Neja stood beside him, completely bewildered by his master's strange behavior. Overjoyed, he looked to the sky and yelled, "Young master, we mustn't delay. I'll go report this good news to the Heavenly King right away." And with that, Master Tiger flew off. Right after that, without a single word of farewell, as if he'd been set free, Neja happily picked his nose, clicked his tongue, and said, "Tisk, so noisy." "The Nirvana realm really is something else," he said, incredibly smug. "But for a genius like me, what's the big deal? It's just a small fry. Just wait a few hundred more years, the entire celestial palace will belong to my era, ha ha ha." He quickly turned and left. As he walked, he muttered, "For a young master like me, training is just too easy. It's not as fun as finding some pretty girls to hang out with. Yeah, I'm going home to play with the ladies." This scene was quickly spotted by Lu Shi and He Xian, who were watching from a distance. He smiled and said, "That arrogant personality. He's exactly like the Monkey King. This will be easy to handle. We just need to punish him a bit, put him in his place, and his potential will soar." He pulled out a card and a strange power emerged. It's just, if this guy ever meets the Monkey King in the future, they'll probably be like fire and water. Both of them think they're the center of the universe. Hishin raised a card depicting a beautiful woman and said, "Let's go. Time to start." A golden beam of immense destructive power descended upon Heixian and Lu Shi's location. The massive explosion made Neja, who hadn't gone far, feel something and stop in his tracks. He turned around, his eyes wide with confusion, and looked back. A beautiful woman had suddenly appeared, the one Heixian transformed into looking colder than ever. Seeing this, Lu Shi was sweating buckets. He was speechless, his mouth agape. Heixian, in his new form, walked over and asked him, "Hey, tell me, for a big guy like me to transform into this, isn't it a little too weird?" Hearing that, Lu Shi clutched his mouth to stop himself from drooling, his eyes shining like headlights as he replied, "No, not weird at all, my lady immortal." Heixian cringed, his face darkening as he thought, "Oh God, thank goodness. None of my college buddies from my past life can see this, or they'd never let me live it down." From behind, Neja approached with a dark, menacing aura, his voice startling Heixian. "Where did this blind little thief come from? Daring to sneak into my territory." Heixian, still in the form of Hu Sheng Daji, turned toward the voice with an incredibly alluring look. The moment he saw Hu Sheng Daji's beauty, Neja was stunned, speechless. His heart immediately started pounding like it was going to fly out of his chest because of Daji's flower-like beauty. This lady is gorgeous. Seeing his ridiculous reaction, Heixian, as Daji tried to suppress his annoyance and growled, all right. Let's just end this damn embarrassing situation quickly." With that, he immediately took a wide stance to unleash his power. Just then, streams of red light began to fly out, completely ignoring how his current stance was unbefitting of a woman. Standing to the side, Neja watched as Daji unleashed a powerful spiritual energy. It surged out as if it were about to explode. Suddenly, Heixian felt something was wrong. His eyes flew open in shock. The crimson power from before had suddenly vanished without a trace. In a complete panic, he cried out, "What's going on? Why can't I feel any power?" Just then, the system conveniently sent a notification, "Error power depleted," in her daily state. Hu Sheng Daji possesses no power whatsoever. She must absorb a large amount of external spiritual energy to fill her dantian before she can enter combat mode and unleash her divine power. Reading the notification, Heixian froze on the spot. His expression froze solid. Heixian, as Daji, suddenly became incredibly furious and shouted, his mouth twisting into a frown. He was so frustrated, he started cursing, questioning the system. "Is this character bugged or something? You're messing with me again, aren't you? Why didn't you tell me this earlier? And where am I supposed to find a large amount of spiritual energy for you now, huh?" Seeing these strange actions, Neja watched Daji from a distance with a confused look. Heixian whispered under his breath, "Come on, give me a break. Let me switch to a different card." Sensing something, Heixian, as the seethingly angry Hu Sheng Daji, turned to look at Neja and thought, "Damn it. The only way is to piss Neja off and make him use a big attack. Then I can just absorb his energy." With that thought, Daji immediately flew forward, his face twisting into a wicked expression. With a fist raised, he didn't forget to shout some harsh words to provoke Neja. "You ugly stupid brat, eat this! Go die!" The punch landed squarely on Neja's stomach, but he was completely unfazed. The atmosphere instantly froze. Talk about awkward. At that moment, Neja looked at Daji confused and speechless. Daji, for her part, had no idea what was happening, sweating profusely and frozen stiff on the spot. Suddenly, his Xian collapsed. She had a terrified look on her face, muttering to herself as if she were pouting. So pathetic, not a shred of strength. Neja gave her a meaningful look, then a sly smile. All right, let's not waste any more time. This young master can't hold back any longer." Seeing this, Xian panicked at his demeanor. Her face darkened, and she stammered, I can't take it anymore. What do you want to do?" Seeing this, Neja was extremely pleased. Smiling, he picked Daji up as she struggled. "What am I going to do? Why, make this a done deal, of course." His Xian in Daji's body was so shocked, she turned pale. "What do I do now? This is the greatest crisis in history." A moment later, a vast mansion appeared before them. Neja approached from behind carrying her. The household servants heard the commotion. Looking back, they immediately bowed. "Welcome back, my lord." Neja continued on carrying Daji. Seeing this, the two servants took notice. They watched him go, unable to help but wonder, what's this all about? Our lord has always conquered women with his charm. Why is he using such forceful tactics this time? This is a first. By now, Neja had taken Daji to his room, and the loud slam of a door echoed out. Neja immediately threw Daji to the ground, not giving her a chance. To steady herself as she tumbled over, Xian in Daji's body panicked and screamed, You don't come near me! I'm telling you, I'm actually a man." He exuded a dark aura, turned back to glare at her, and said, "Shut up! Be quiet! Don't say another word!" Xian suddenly realized something. Her expression turned to one of surprise. Just then, Neja was staring nervously at the door, as if on guard against something. Neja stood tense in a ready stance, his brow furrowed as he realized, no more talking. The target has arrived. With sharp eyes and clenched teeth, Neja watched as suddenly rising from the floor was a man filled with malicious energy. He laughed and said, "Not bad, little Neja." He was Lord Tulama. He smiled and asked Neja, "I didn't expect you to see through my surveillance. Since when back at the martial arts arena? It's only been a few years, but you've grown up quite a bit, haven't you?" At that moment, he was utterly shocked by his appearance. Then he turned his head to look behind him, to get a clearer look one more time. Neja's eyes widened in astonishment, his mouth agape, as if he couldn't believe what he was seeing. Lord Tulama glared, then gave Neja a wicked smile. He exuded a dark, murderous aura that filled the room as he moved slowly towards Neja. Then he said with full confidence, "What's wrong? Don't you recognize me? My good little nephew." Faced with this sudden change, Neja couldn't help but be shocked and suspicious. Tula, with a villainous expression, looked at him, smiled, and continued, "But as for the special attention your father gave me, this old man remembers it as clearly as if it were yesterday." After hearing those words, Neza's face turned pale. Shocked, he stammered, "Lord Tulama, ranked 10th on the martial arts board. Wasn't this guy executed by the prince?" He continued to stare at him, a strange smile on his face, and remarked, "I never thought a little brat like you could actually reach the Nirvana realm. Heaven is truly helping this old man. Now hand over the Nirvana soul essence, and your uncle will grant you a complete corpse." Hearing his objective, he was momentarily stunned, but quickly recovered. Neja's brow furrowed in anger at his smugness. "Big words. Do you really think you're invincible? You're just a loser who was defeated by my royal father." With that, he erupted with fiery spiritual energy and yelled, "Today I'll show you that times have changed. You damned old man." Hearing this, he showed not a hint of fear, remaining calm and smiling mockingly. "Oh, is that so?" Neja charged forward like an arrow, immediately throwing a powerful punch. Of course, just as he lunged towards him, his movement suddenly faltered for a moment. Confused Tula glared up at Neja with a challenging look. Infuriated by his arrogance, he zipped past him. Neja even glanced back at him. Tula was still standing there stunned, watching Neja fly past. His speed was like the wind. As he rushed by, he said, "10th on the heavenly board, only an idiot would fight you." He was speechless with surprise. He turned his head back, but seizing the opportunity, he had already sped away, shouting a warning. "But you'd better remember me. I'll get my revenge for today." But Tula wasn't about to let Neja get away so easily. He created a massive fist out of his powerful spiritual energy. The fist headed straight for the fleeing Neja. At that moment, the fist slammed directly into him. Neja was sent flying by the punch into a transparent wall. It was a barrier that Tula had created. Neja looked around and angrily asked Tula, "What the hell is going on?" By then, he had already created a barrier separating this space from the outside world and trapping Neja inside. He smugly asked Neja, "Running, huh? Why'd you stop running?" With a savage look, he laughed loudly and said, "Did you really think this old man would be reckless enough to come for you without any preparations? Who do you take me for?" He slowly approached him and said, "Hand over the spirit essence now or else." He added, "Although a nirvana realm being can't be killed, I can trap you and torture you." Sula continued his threats, intending to make him suffer a miserable fate. One surprise after another. By combining your nirvana spirit essence with my spirit revival body in less than 15 days, I won't just recover my peak strength, but I'll also be able to find that old man of yours and get my revenge. Hearing this, Neja's face twisted in anger. He rushed forward with surging spiritual power. Just a barrier, and you think you can trap this young master?" Neja's flames blazed fiercely as he continuously punched the barrier. Seeing this, he sneered and said, "I'd advise you not to waste your energy, my boy. This is no ordinary barrier." He smiled slyly, saying, "This is the #1 treasure I am most proud of." When it was first created, the energy within it was so powerful it could form a small world on its own. The more he spoke, the more smug he became. Even if Shakyamuni himself came here, he absolutely could not break it. Understand, it is absolutely unbreakable. Suddenly, his barrier began to melt away. Seeing the situation, he was utterly shocked by the change. It was Daji standing there with her hand on his barrier. The barrier was gradually being absorbed by her. The surrounding barrier completely vanished. Seeing the scene before him, he was frozen on the spot, his face pale with shock. What the hell is this? He stood there dumbfounded, watching from behind as Daji absorbed all the spiritual energy from the barrier. Since entering the room, Sula had paid no attention to Daji at all, yet now she possessed such incredible power. He demanded, "Who are you?" But his surprise quickly turned back to his initial state. He glared angrily. "Damn it, I don't know what kind of bizarre technique you used. But it's useless, you like to absorb things, don't you?" And then his anger reached its peak. He roared, "Fine." He added, "Then this old man will let you absorb your fill." With that, he unleashed a powerful spiritual energy. A giant bloodthirsty dragon appeared behind him. External Dharma body blood dragon. The dragon slowly approached and merged with him. A powerful murderous aura began to radiate throughout the room. It enveloped Daji. She was extremely surprised looking at it with a hint of alarm and exclaimed, "Such powerful pressure." Seeing this, Sula didn't make her wait long, releasing an immense killing intent and taunting her. "Come on, absorb it all for me." The moment he finished speaking, he opened his maw wide, threateningly, adding, "Let's see if you can withstand this one move." The dragon behind him gathered a massive sphere of spiritual energy and immediately fired it towards where Daji was standing. Daji immediately raised her hand, preparing to absorb the sphere, her eyes filled with focus. Daji instantly brought out her own golden sphere of spiritual energy. In just a moment, Daji absorbed his sphere. Seeing this, Sula suddenly realized something was wrong, getting a very bad feeling. Daji finished absorbing the sphere and then started on the giant dragon itself. Daji continued to absorb almost the entire dragon. In just a few short seconds, Daji had truly absorbed it all. Sula, standing nearby, was left speechless, staring at what had just happened. He exclaimed in shock, "Even my dragon was absorbed. Impossible. This is absurd." On the side, Neja couldn't help but be astonished, feeling how weak he was. Daji finished absorbing everything and thought to herself, this absorbed energy. It seems I can release it at will. Well, this is going to be fun. Thinking this, Daji looked at Sula with a cunning expression. Seeing Daji's suspicious look, he panicked, stammering, "What's with that look?" "What are you trying to do?" Daji smiled and said, "Come now. How about you be a guinea pig for us? Let me test just how much energy I can absorb. Come on. After saying that, Hachian reached out her hand and began to pull the crimson spiritual energy from Sula. His spirit was gradually being sucked out of his body. The massive amount of spiritual energy was being drained away rapidly. Sula's eyes widened in pain as his spiritual energy was drained. In just a moment, all of his spiritual power was gone and his face became gaunt. His entire body followed suit, turning into a withered husk. Sula staggered and collapsed to the ground. Hachian coldly retracted the spiritual energy. Neja stood to one side, watching Daji in amazement. With just one technique, she completely drained one of them. He looked at the scene before him and thought, I don't get it. The battle is over. And the room isn't even damaged. Who in the world is this person? I've never even heard of her. Hachian looked at the system panel and felt dissatisfied. Hey, this can't be right. She glanced at the system. The enemy is dealt with. But the energy isn't even fully absorbed yet. Isn't the amount required a bit too heaven-defying? So Daji is this powerful. Hsien racked his brain worrying about what to do now. The system wasn't even notifying him if Neja's potential had increased or not. It must be because the impact wasn't strong enough. But this guy is completely drained. Where am I supposed to find more energy now? As he was trying to think, Xian suddenly turned his head to look at Neja. Oh, wait a minute. Isn't there still a little bit left right here? With that thought, he turned back to look at Neja with a cunning smile. Seeing Daji look at him like that, Neja couldn't help but be terrified. Unable to figure out the situation, his face turned pale as he frantically explained, What are you looking at me for? I only did that to you earlier to deceive the enemy. That's why I did it. It's just a misunderstanding. Hsien, with an extremely cunning expression, reassured Neja, Don't be so tense. But his face revealed a terrifying look. I'm just going to borrow a little bit of your energy, that's all. The moment he finished speaking, St. Fox Daji pointed her hand straight at Neja. A powerful stream of golden spiritual energy shot out, beginning to suppress him. At that moment, St. Fox Daji didn't forget to remind Neja, now be a good boy. But with Neja's temperament, how could he possibly let that happen? He braced himself, trying to withstand that incredibly powerful, oppressive aura. The suppression of power grew stronger and stronger. Neja struggled, but he was completely unable to resist. Such a powerful absorption force. He couldn't escape his fate. The energy inside Neja began to pour out as St. Fox Daji drained him dry. Even so, Neja still refused to submit, shouting, Damn it, I'm not weak like that badly injured number 10. Don't forget, I'm in the Nirvana realm now with infinite energy. As soon as he said that, Neja unleashed all his power. Behind him, the spectral images of 9 incredibly cold ice phoenixes appeared in his rage. Neja laughed triumphantly, boasting, Infinite energy. Do you understand what that means? But before he could even finish his sentence, Neja's expression changed. Sweat poured down his face. The immortal and indestructible power he was so proud of was being drained at an insane speed. He was utterly horrified, but couldn't stop St. Fox Daji's incredibly powerful force. After just a few seconds, Neja went limp. His entire body. He didn't have an ounce of strength left. His recovery speed couldn't keep up with the rate of absorption. At this point, Neja was questioning his very existence, but he still arrogantly cursed, Damn it, this woman sucking is insane. The moment he finished speaking, he collapsed to the ground trembling. His whole body twitched, looking as if he had one foot in the grave. He was no different from that Talama guy. The two of them suffered the same fate of being drained dry by St. Fox Daji. Seeing Neja's condition, St. Fox Daji was terrified, thinking he had actually died. She frantically ran over to support Neja, crying out, Hey, don't you die on me. I've already stopped. You're the mission target. She tried to shake Neja, but he remained unconscious. Just then, the system appeared with a notification, Energy full. She turned and saw that the battery was fully charged. Without realizing when, she exclaimed in surprise, Oh, it's full. Suddenly, St. Fox Daji's eyes lit up. She could feel a swirling source of energy constantly rising within her body. She stood up and raised both her hands, spreading her feet to feel the power within her body. Immediately after, a terrifying power erupted, soaring to the heavens. A divine power enveloped this entire region with its oppressive might. St. Fox Daji's entire body was covered in a layer of golden divine power. Suddenly, the system announced again, "Congratulations, host, you have entered Daji's pressure state." St. Fox Daji is the Heavenly Palace's only soul-type mage. Her attacks ignore defense and strike the soul, directly causing the weak-willed to collapse and the strong to be stunned. Hearing the system's analysis, St. Fox Daji was thrilled and excited. She immediately focused on the part about ignoring the opponent's defense in a fight. But it didn't stop there. The system continued to explain, "Furthermore, you can invade the target's sea of consciousness and distort their memories." St. Fox was stunned, wondering if she had heard correctly. She thought to herself, "Distort memories? Is this a movie or something? What an overpowered ability." After hearing the system explain all of Daji's powers, St. Fox Daji fell into a contemplative state. Thinking, she touched her chin pensively and told herself, "If that's the case, then it seems I don't need to pretend anymore, right? I can just directly use this divine ability to change Neja's memories. It might even help increase his potential." After thinking for a moment, she felt her idea was very reasonable. She nodded in agreement. Yes, in theory, that's feasible. After that, St. Fox Daji approached Neja to test her new skill. She used her powerful soul force to strike at Neja's soul, her eyes glowing brightly as she looked down. Below, Neja was similarly invaded through his eyes by St. Fox Daji, who entered his sea of consciousness. After entering St. Fox, Daji felt as if she had just stepped into an endless space. The aura inside Neja's sea of consciousness was terrifyingly gloomy. St. Fox Daji was also surprised and asked herself, "This is Neja's sea of consciousness." Suddenly, something appeared beside her. A giant, bizarre object appearing before her caught the attention of the sacred Fox Daji. It emanated an unusually dark aura. She asked curiously, "What is this?" After observing it for a moment, the sacred Fox Daji recognized this evil-looking thing. Could this be the source of what's in Neja's heart? Thinking this, the sacred Fox Daji decided to go inside. She said softly, "Let's go in and see." As she got closer, its bizarre aura grew stronger, forcing the sacred Fox Daji to approach cautiously. Her gaze darkened, devoid of any emotion. While casting a spell, she said, "Its aura is so strong." Suddenly, the thing stirred, engulfing everything in its light. Startled, the sacred Fox Daji shielded her face with her hands. She squeezed her eyes shut, and then she successfully entered the object. She landed safely and looked around. The sacred Fox Daji found herself in some sort of courtyard. A little girl in a pink dress walked gently by. The girl turned back and looked at her strangely. Suddenly captivated by her cuteness and beauty, the sacred Fox Daji was delighted. Clapping her hands in praise, she said, "What a pretty little sister." The little girl's face was tinged with sadness. With shy eyes and a timid voice, she replied, "I'm very sorry, Your Holiness, I must refuse." As soon as she finished speaking, Neja, who was standing to the side, was completely surprised by the foolish little girl and let out a, "Huh." Then Neja asked, "Did I hear that right?" And so, with a majestic air, Neja continued speaking in a commanding voice. "You must have heard of my power, haven't you? So many people wouldn't even dare to dream of such a thing. To have an opportunity like this. Do you understand?" The sacred Fox Daji was standing right beside them at this moment. She raised a hand to scratch her head, completely surprised that no one noticed her presence. She thought to herself, "How can they not see me? I must be inside Neja's memories right now. It feels so real." While the sacred Fox Daji was lost in her own thoughts, the little girl continued, "I know you are a noble immortal from the heavenly palace. But my mother taught me from a young age not to take advantage of others." Hearing this, Neja was completely bewildered, his face a mask of confusion. He then asked the little girl, perplexed, "Take advantage of others? What are you talking about? I just want to take you as my disciple." Hearing that, the little girl still shook her head, adamantly refusing. Like a little angel, she protested vehemently, "You would be wasting so much of your precious time and energy, and I wouldn't be able to repay you in any way. That would be taking advantage of you, and that's not right. My mother taught me so." The little girl was very firm in her opinion, stubbornly refusing to go with him. This made Neja feel completely helpless, and he tried to explain once more, "I have heard people say that your mother is a famously good person. I respect your choice, but to let such a gift go to waste is truly a pity." Then Neja made a suggestion. "How about this? In exchange for the time I spend teaching you to cultivate, you can come and serve me. That way it wouldn't be considered taking advantage of me, right? Well, hearing this, the little girl was gradually swayed. She stared intently at Neja. Noticing a change in her gaze compared to before, Neja clarified to put her at ease. It would be purely to serve. I won't force you. I'll let you decide for yourself. Once you've thought it over, you can come find me at the City Lord's Manor. Hearing this conversation, the Sacred Fox Daji was very surprised because Neja was actually being very kind, much kinder than he would be later on. She suddenly realized the original Daji's memories were starting to fade. Are we about to move to the next memory? It seems Daji's ability can only read the most profound memories. The scene shifted to another of Neja's memories. Before her eyes was a magnificent palace. A grand and beautiful palace painted entirely in white was surrounded by lush green trees. At that moment, on a street, a crowd of commoners was gossiping excitedly. A man in blue robes spoke up. Hey, have you all heard? Seamstress Shishu's daughter is about to be taken as the city lord's disciple. Two other men, just as eager to gossip, perked up their ears to listen. Another man replied, We've heard about it too. That weak widow. I don't know what kind of devilish tricks she used to climb into the position of the city lord's wife. It's disgusting. The man in blue revealed a vile expression and said, With a beauty like that, what other tricks would she need? Obviously, it's her skills in that department. The other man chimed in. I heard a rumor that the city lord has taken both mother and daughter as his playthings. A man wearing a hat exclaimed in surprise, Huh, that can't be true. That little girl isn't even a teenager yet. As soon as he said that, the other two men put on shameless, lewd expressions and continued to mock, Age doesn't matter. As long as she has the pretty face, that's enough. The desires of a great man are just that simple. The gaunt, short man laughed loudly. What else? Just thinking about a woman like that gets me all hot. Just as he finished speaking, Natra appeared above them, engulfed in furious flames, and said, You like it that hot, huh? How about I treat you to a little barbecue then? Seeing him, the short man's eyes widened in terror. The man in blue, his face pale with terror, stared at Neja with his mouth agape. They kowtowed, begging, My lord, city lord, spare us, my lord, spare our lives. In the distance, the Saintess Sudaji was also witnessing this scene. Neza, still radiating a murderous aura, spoke. I will spare you this time. But if any of you dare to speak such nonsense again, I will absolutely not be so forgiving. Hearing this, the men kowtowed repeatedly and replied, Yes, my lord, there absolutely won't be a next time. Witnessing how Neja handled the situation, the Saintess Sudaji felt a hint of praise. Neja is actually being quite magnanimous this time. Some time after taking that young girl as his disciple, there had been progress. She had learned many of the techniques Neja taught her, and the aura she emitted was incredibly powerful. Then, with a loud shout, she unleashed a move. A powerful palm strike shot out, destroying the courtyard and creating a large trench in the ground. At that moment, Neja was also present. He and the Saintess Sudaji were watching the girl practice. Neja excitedly gave an okay sign. He silently cheered, Excellent! You've done very well. It's only been half a year, and you can already control your power to this extent. Even in the Celestial Palace, there aren't many with talent like yours. I really didn't misjudge you. Hearing his praise, the young girl bowed her head and said loudly, Thank you, master, for training me. Neja replied to her, No need to thank me. I should be the one thanking you. He smiled brightly and continued, For the past half a year, you haven't just focused on your training. You've also perfectly fulfilled your duties as a servant, keeping the room and the garden spotlessly clean. Continue to maintain this determination and seriousness. Sooner or later, you will achieve a harvest you could never have imagined. As soon as he finished speaking, the girl clenched her fist, her face full of excitement and confidence, and replied, Master, I will not bring you shame. The Saintess Sudaji, listening to their conversation from the side, was dumbfounded. With a bewildered expression, she thought, to go from a commoner to this level in just a few years. Truly, her talent defies the heavens. At a large wooden house surrounded by blooming cherry blossoms, whose petals fluttered gently in the wind inside that house. In one of the rooms, an old woman was embroidering. Her expression was bright as she focused on her work. Suddenly, a rock flew in through the door from outside. The rock hit her on the head with a painful thud, making her steady herself. Before she could even recover, she walked to the window and saw several children playing outside. They were shouting, "Shameless freeloader! Does nothing but enjoys a life of luxury. How shameless!" They continued to jeer, saying, "Dragons beget dragons, and phoenixes beget phoenixes. A pheasant's daughter is only good for calling to bed." Hearing these words, the woman was so incensed she couldn't bear it. Her face turned purple, burning with rage. Unable to contain her anger, she screamed at the top of her lungs, "Get lost, you ill-mannered brats! Are you done yet? Didn't your parents teach you any manners? My daughter is not that kind of person." But not only did the kids not listen, they continued to taunt her. "Can't hear you, can't hear you. We're just having fun." But their fun didn't last long. Neja was already behind them, radiating a murderous aura. The kids felt a chill down their spines and turned around. Neja walked up and twisted the face of the boy in front. "Eat this slap." The 3 boys in front immediately dropped to their knees, kowtowing frantically. "My lord, city lord, spare us. We know we were wrong." Despite the 3 of them repenting and kneeling to admit their fault, Neja's anger had not subsided. He looked coldly at the 3 kneeling before him and ordered his subordinate beside him, "Bring the heads of their 3 families to the city lord's manor." The servant beside him bowed respectfully and accepted the order. "Yes, my lord." Early in the morning at the city lord's manor, the sky was clear and cloudless for thousands of miles. The morning sun spread into every corner of the manor, illuminating the vast estate. It was both magnificent and majestic. At that moment, in the main hall of the city lord's manor, a group of people were kneeling on the ground, too scared to even lift their heads. Neja sat on the main seat, looking down on them from above. The youth on the chair had delicate and handsome features. He leaned lazily against the back of the chair, one arm resting on the armrest while the other casually propped up his chin. With an indifferent expression, he ordered, 50 strikes for the adults. 10 strikes for the children. Begin." The law enforcement subordinate, a man in his 50s, heard the punishment the children were about to receive and asked with some hesitation, "My lord, they are only children." Neja maintained his lazy posture. His face hardened and his eyes narrowed dangerously as he looked at the one who had just spoken. "That's right. That's why you all are getting 50 strikes. Am I wrong? But just because they're young, thinking they can get away without any punishment is not acceptable." Neja's disciple standing beside him also felt the punishment was too severe. She couldn't help but speak up for them. "But, master," while 10 strikes might be nothing to an adult, it could very well kill these children. Hearing this, Neja glanced at his disciple, seemingly lost in thought. He turned his head to the side, his expression changing slightly as he asked in a cold voice, "They slandered you and your mother like that, and you still want to plead for them?" Neja's disciple seemed intimidated. She shrank back, her voice as quiet as a mosquito's buzz. "I'm not pleading for them. I just feel that hurting others with words shouldn't cost them their lives. That would be too unfair to them." After hearing this, Neja fell silent, momentarily at a loss for words. Seeing his disciple's dejected look, Neja closed his eyes. He leaned his whole body against the back of the chair and indifferently amended his order. "That makes sense. Change the children's punishment to 3 strikes. Just make sure they don't die." The kids below, hearing their sentences reduced, were instantly overjoyed, grinning from ear to ear. After delivering the punishment, Neja didn't forget to warn them not to reoffend. "Remember, you are the ones who fabricated lies to hurt others, and yet they repaid kindness with malice even after a life was saved for your children." The parents of those kids, overjoyed, as if brought back from the dead, immediately knelt and kowtowed loudly, thanking the Bodhisattva Neja for carrying out the punishment. After that, there was nothing more to be said. He sat leisurely on the chair, resting his chin on his hand, and ordered them to get lost. The parents of the kids, as if granted a great pardon, quickly stood up and led their sons away. As they left, they scolded those insolent brats. The disciple standing beside him just watched silently without saying a word. Seeing that everyone had gone, Neja turned with concern to ask his disciple, "Are you really okay? I don't care about it myself. I'm just worried it will affect your reputation." The disciple, a bit surprised by her master's sudden concern, looked at him and beamed, her eyes curving into crescents. The pink-haired girl raised a small fist to show she was completely fine. "I'm fine, master. An upright tree doesn't fear standing dead. Time will prove everything and wash it all away." Neja glanced at his disciple's carefree, childish demeanor and couldn't help but laugh. Haha, those words don't sound like they came from the mouth of a 13-year-old child, Neja said, then stood up from his chair to lead his little disciple to train. Come on, let's quickly start today's practice. The goal is still to break yesterday's limit. The little disciple skipped along behind her master, obediently replying, "Yes, master." But the naive little girl had no idea that in that crowd, the true villain had already crept inside, and for the most part, even an upright tree might not be without fear, as the people below were slowly being drawn into the vortex of conflict. High above the sky overhead remained strangely blue and peaceful. By noon, when the sun was high in the sky, harsh sunlight shone down on a wooden attic. In the simple Spartan bedroom, a fat guy was lying face down on the bed, with his butt in the air, his whole body trembling in pain, constantly groaning, "Ay-yo-yo, my butt!" Two of his buddies were beside him. They were standing there laughing at their friend's pain. The long-haired one with a sparse goatee on his chin grinned slyly at Old Wang. "Ha ha ha, Old Wang. I thought you were a goner for sure this time." The burly guy who had a child's top knot that completely contrasted with his muscular adult frame also grinned, showing his teeth in agreement. "Me too, the city lord is truly generous." Old Wang, whose butt was beaten black and blue, lay on the bed and snorted, "Generous my ass. He just knew he was in the wrong, that's all." Even now, Old Wang's butt was still trembling, and he couldn't sit down normally. He had to lie on his stomach with his butt in the air like a puppy. Old Wang's face soured, and as soon as it was mentioned, he started cursing loudly. "They let you do it, but won't let you talk about it. How unreasonable, damn this society." It's true, the magistrates are allowed to commit arson while the common people are forbidden to light lamps. Old Wang angrily grabbed the bedsheet, wringing it until it was wrinkled. "Damn it, how dare he hit my son? Just you wait. Wait until I'm fully healed, and I'll show him what a storm that you can't even lift your head in looks like." His two cronies beside him smirked at Old Wang, wanting to see how he would get his revenge. Time passed quietly. 3 months later, the rumors about the city lord and his little disciple hadn't faded. On the contrary, they grew even filthier. The townspeople only believed what they wanted to believe. Believing, and if they believed in that girl's good fortune, it was as if they were proving their own misfortune. 3 months later in the city streets, Neja walked with his hands clasped behind his back, taking his little disciple for a stroll. On the wide, bustling main street, people came and went. The master and disciple just leisurely strolled along. Passers-by kept staring at the two of them as they walked down the street. Neja walked in front, his expression indifferent. His little disciple, dressed in red, walked with her hands clasped behind her back, obediently following her master. As Neja was walking, he suddenly frowned, lost in thought. Something was making him feel uncomfortable. On the street, those petty people didn't utter a word. But the smirks on their faces were infuriating. Even if he got angry, there was no outlet for it. It would just make him look petty in front of a crowd of ordinary citizens. They just kept glancing over in this direction. Some even whispered into their friends' ears. Their laughter was so grating. "Hey, hey, hey." Neja suddenly turned his head and asked the little disciple behind him, "Disciple, doesn't this bother you at all?" The adorable little disciple gave a radiant smile, her eyes curving as she said, "Master, it's really okay. Just ignore them. We can't control what they do anyway." Neja frowned and cleaned his ear with his pinky finger. "Fine. If you don't care, then I don't need to overthink it either. It seems that I, the master, am not as magnanimous as my little disciple, huh?" The little disciple smiled without replying. The young girl's optimistic smile at that moment put Neja greatly at ease. But no matter how optimistic she was still just a 13-year-old child. One day, half a year later, Neja found her body in a cold, fast-flowing river. Neja stood silently on the riverbank. He watched his little disciple's corpse floating in the water. Before she died, there wasn't even a single sign. She only had someone leave a letter for her master, even adding a "hey, hey, hey." Neja stared down heavily at her lifeless face for a long time. His eyes widened as if he couldn't believe it. At that time, on the table, she had only left a simple piece of paper with a few lines written on it. "Master, I have some personal business and need to leave alone for a while to handle it. You don't need to worry about me." At the end of the letter, she even drew a smiley face. The foolish girl, even at the very end, was still worried that her death would make her master sad. The little girl with a bright smile, rosy cheeks, and eyes crinkled with laughter, as if she wanted her master to remember this happy image of her. Neja pressed his lips together. He was furious. The common people, just for their own selfish reasons, had brought this disaster upon her. The fire of rage in his heart rose to its peak. A powerful, unstoppable aura erupted from Neja. Both his clothes and his hair were whipped about by the powerful force. A terrifying power, as if wanting to sweep everything away, surged around Neja, rising to the heavens. It carried with it thunder and lightning that lit up the entire sky. Several bolts of lightning struck down from the heavens at once, letting out a deafening roar. Neja was on the verge of losing his mind. Veins bulged from his neck, spreading across his face. His eyes rolled back wildly as his hands clenched unconsciously, veins popping on them too. A violent explosive energy swirled around him. Damn it! Kill them! Those worthless peasants! Natra's eyes were completely bloodshot. He gritted his teeth, ready to avenge his young disciple. Those damn peasants. I'll tear their mouths to shreds. Natra clenched his fists and stomped one foot hard on the ground. A black aura gathered above his head, vaguely forming a grotesque face. He was on the verge of a dark transformation. Natra's entire face was twisted with ferocity. The veins on his forehead bulged prominently. One of his hands was clenched into a fist. The other tensed up as he ground his teeth, forcing out every single word. I'll pierce their eardrums. A blue aura enveloped him, its pressure suffocating. Part of him wanted to unleash a massacre, but another part didn't want to completely succumb to this darkness. Veins pulsed on his forehead and cheeks. Inside his eye sockets, there was nothing but a bright, bloodthirsty red. Damn it! The killing intent spreading through my body. I'm about to lose control. A blue aura enveloped him, its pressure suffocating. Natra could barely control it. The killing intent in his body was about to burst forth. Veins pulsed on his forehead and cheeks, and his eye sockets were filled with a bloodthirsty red. This was the nirvana technique he cultivated. Once he starts killing, he will fall completely onto the demonic path. Natra tensed his entire body, trying to restrain himself. He had to regain his senses. He couldn't let this happen. If that happens, everyone will die. I have to control it. The blue aura and the dark energy intertwined, clashing against one another in powerful fluctuations. The energy whipped Natra's hair and clothes about wildly. In agony, Natra opened his mouth and roared. Heavenly King's secret art, number 21, art of the great soul-devouring seal. As he finished, countless giant blood-red hands appeared from the surrounding void, lunging forward. The blood-red hands quickly seized the dark aura, preventing it from taking control of Natra. Natra stood in the middle of the struggle, waiting for the outcome. Each blood-red hand grabbed the dark aura, their arms extending to wrap around the black energy. In an instant, the black energy was surrounded and bound by the countless blood-red hands compressed into a single mass. Finally, the demon that wanted to seize control of Natra's body had been subdued. The bound black energy behind Natra transformed into an ugly two-horned monster. It thrashed and struggled violently, trying to break free, but it was no use. At that moment, Natra, nearly powerless, collapsed to the ground. The surrounding energy dissipated, and he himself fell unconscious. The intense energy fluctuations had attracted the sacred fox Daji. She came over to check on the situation. The sacred fox Daji walked up to the unconscious Natra, propped herself up on one hand, and looked down at him. She clicked her tongue, looking at the person passed out before her. So it turns out Natra used a secret art to seal this memory away. His later malice towards the townspeople was just some residual thoughts leaking out from this sealed memory. The sacred fox Daji stood up straight, puffing out her chest proudly. She agreed with Natra's actions. Objectively speaking, he had done very well. If it were me, I'm not sure I could have held back either. The sacred fox Daji leaped up and landed in front of the ugly monster. The creature's entire body was covered in hideous sores. With a serious expression, she looked at it and spoke. In other words, all I have to do now is shatter this malicious memory with a single punch. It would help Natra eliminate a hidden danger, avoid a difficult path in the future, and even enhance his potential. But just erasing someone else's memory like this, is that really the right thing to do? Just then, she stood there imposingly before it for a long moment, and then growing angry, her eyes flashed. She shot forward like an arrow, yelling as she went, "Damn it! What's the point of thinking so much? Put your own interests first and charge ahead. I'm the only one that matters." With that, she raised her powerful fist and prepared to act. She put all her strength into a punch, aimed at the ugly monster. Daji suddenly felt a pang of guilt. She forced herself to stop squeezing her eyes shut and saying, "No, I can't. I can't do it like this. If someone erased my memory, I'd hate them to death." She was completely conflicted, unsure of how to handle the situation. She kept rubbing her head with her hands and shouting, "If I don't do this, losing the peak card is just a small thing. The important thing is I absolutely cannot lose an opportunity for advancement like this." Her helplessness reached its peak. Daji told herself, calm down. Think carefully. Is there a way to kill two birds with one stone?" Suddenly, an idea popped into her head. It made her freeze for 5 seconds. The moment was incredibly quiet, tinged with a bit of gloom, and then a voice spoke up. "I've got it. A battle plan." Formed in Daji's mind. "I'll use the system. Through the system, I already know that Natra will cause a great disaster later on, tearing out a dragon's sinew and scraping its bones. He will repay his father, walk a twisted and difficult path, and finally be saved by the Tathagata Buddha. The Natra of that time will be far more vicious than he is now, but he can still be saved by the great power of the Buddha. So it probably won't be too hard to save him now." It seemed Daiji was quite pleased with the plan she had devised. Then she thought more about the great Tathagata Buddha. "Although I don't know him, I have a good way to contact him." At this point, Daiji returned to the present to carry out her plan. She hurriedly ran off and said, "Hey, you mysterious master up in the sky. I know you can definitely hear me. Can you help me bring this kid Natra before the great Tathagata Buddha? That shouldn't be too hard for you, right?" But the atmosphere suddenly became strange. No one answered her. With a look of helplessness, Daji sprawled out in frustration. She picked her nose with her other hand and made a threat. "If you're going to ignore me, then I'm not going to level up anymore. You can figure things out yourself." She angrily turned her face away, her voice full of defiance. "Let's see who gives in first." But inside Daji's mind was in turmoil. "Patience. What about that time you saved me just in the nick of time? You clearly have a way to watch over and protect me." And then suddenly, a shadow from the window caught Daji's attention as a young boy climbed in, smiling and saying, "Great immortal, I've risked my life to come and save you." Hearing those words, Daji was completely bewildered, thinking to himself, "This kid's lies are a bit too bold. Ever since I entered this room with Neja, I noticed he had followed us and was hiding under the window. At that moment, I was clearly thinking, if you die, I'll just coldly turn my back and leave." But seeing the situation change, he immediately puts on this righteous act, willing to sacrifice himself to help all panicked and concerned. I have to admit, for a kid this young, his acting skills are no worse than that old fox. I really can't stand him. Damn it. I have to help him to get the DLC reward. What should I do now? Suddenly, Daji broke into a very friendly smile. "Let's try this one way and see how it goes. I don't know if it'll work or not." Daiji approached, handed the boy a piece of jade, and said, "True character is revealed in times of crisis. Very good. This reward is all yours. It's a treasure that can increase the density of spiritual energy in the world. With it, you can cultivate more than 10 times faster than others. This jade was a gift from a disciple of the Mystic Maiden." The boy held the jade, unable to believe his ears. More than 10 times. The boy immediately dropped to his knees, snot and tears flying everywhere. "Thank you, great immortal. I can never repay your immense kindness in this lifetime. You are like my second parents." On the outside, his tears flowed like a river, but on the inside, the boy was laughing up a storm. "Just as I expected. This immortal is so easy to fool. Give me more, you poor little brat." Ding, congratulations on completing the side quest. The potential of the person with special talent will be increased by 85%. Received DLC item, Crimson Magic Bell. Daji smiled sinisterly. 85%, huh? The potential value of a mortal is indeed quite high. Next for the next step of the experiment. Daji took back the jade he had just given the boy. Immediately the system announced the potential of the person with special talent has dropped to 5%. Although the talent dropped to 5%, the Crimson Bell remained unchanged. Daiji laughed smugly, "Ha ha ha, just as I expected. Even if it drops, the reward isn't taken back. This solves all my problems. I get the DLC without having to worry about future consequences." Daiji waved at the boy. "All right, the deal is done. Thanks for your help, buddy. If fate allows, we'll meet again. I've got things to do, so I'm leaving first." The boy was petrified as on the spot, with no idea what had just happened. For the rest of his life, he would never realize how many opportunities he missed because of the bad impression he made. Luckily, he wasn't harmed much. Or was he? It seems he did lose something. Scene change 2 hours later. By now, Daji had carried Neja out to the courtyard. Daji sat in meditation, calming himself. Calm down, calm down. Judging from the Celestial's previous behavior, this method should definitely work. I have to trust my own judgment. The only thing I don't get is why, after helping him so much, nothing has happened yet. Why the hesitation? Suddenly, a beam of light appeared in the sky and took Neja away. Daji laughed gleefully. "Ha ha, what did I tell you?" From the heavens, a voice suddenly echoed, "I won't help you a third time. Next time, you're on your own. Even if your life is in danger, I will not help you." Daji looked thoughtful. Why, though? Could there be something he's not telling me? Ding, congratulations on completing the main quest. That was fast. That Celestial isn't the Buddha, is he? Ding completely eliminated the malice within Neja. He will not go astray for 300 years. Potential value increased by 37%. Reward 1 Queen Mother of the West level card. Looking at the card, Daji grimaced. You've got to be kidding me. Another female character. What a pain. Whatever. The time limit for the next mission is only 5 days. I have to hurry. As he was walking, he suddenly remembered something. I almost forgot. Even though Neja is gone. What about that bunch who love spreading false rumors? Chase. It's pretty weird that they haven't been punished at all. Half a month later, a piece of news spread like wildfire. The further it spread, the more exaggerated it became. News broke that ancient immortal ruins had appeared in Tai'an City, filled with a vast amount of treasures. A few curious rogue cultivators went in to explore. They actually discovered 2 major treasures. After that, things got out of hand. Cultivators swarmed into Tai'an City like a broken beehive. Most of these outsiders were greedy and cold-blooded. Very quickly, Tai'an City knew no peace. A large number of the city's common folk had to leave one after another. When many mouths spoke of Tai'an City, it was eventually harmed by a single rumor. Of course, all of this came later. Meanwhile, outside Tai'an City men stood before a mountain, muttering to himself as he spread those rumors. I don't even know if this will work. With the help of 2 treasures from the Mystic Maiden's good disciple, it should be even better. Just go with the flow. For now, I should try using this peak level card. After leveling up, that is. Immediately after, Men clenched his butt cheeks with all his might. Lightning crackled as his hands began to squeeze out a Rasengan-like sphere. Instantly, Men did a Kamehameha and shot it out. As soon as he pushed the blast out, Men's face scrunched up in self-satisfaction. The power after leveling up is immense on a completely different level than before. The energy is even close to grasping the monkey's power of the great Tao. Suddenly, the sphere started acting strangely. It was flying at breakneck speed when it suddenly stopped. Men was completely baffled. What's happening? The spell just stopped on its own. Why did it stop by itself? Suddenly, the sphere distorted as if something was crawling out. It shattered, revealing several surreal-looking energy beasts. Men was shocked. Holy crap, am I dreaming? I only got a little high yesterday. How am I tripping this hard? Suddenly, one of the energy beasts spoke. So, gentlemen, do we have a good plan for the target ahead? I think we should first use our energy to blast a deep hole, then everyone gets inside and detonates to maximize the damage. Agreed, I think that's a good idea. Then it's settled. I'll make the first strike. You guys get inside and detonate afterward. As it finished speaking, one energy beast initiated combat, charging straight at the mountain. Boom, boom. A huge hole was immediately blown into the mountain. The whole crew of 500 energy beasts frantically rushed into the hole in the mountain. And just like that, the mountain was blown to smithereens right before Men's eyes. Men was stunned. My own spell. I just developed a will of its own. Half an incense stick's time later, after a few more tests, Men was completely floored. My spells actually have their own consciousness. It's hard to believe. I've never seen anything like it. The previous owner of this body. Just what kind of master were they? While he was spacing out, the system notification popped up. Ding mission, target Hao Yi, the descendant of Tai Diaoqi. Current identity, Lord of Langjiang City. Current location, Oolong Mountain Fortress on the outskirts. East of the city. Hao Yi, why is he a city lord? What's he doing at a mountain fortress? The scene changes to Oolong Mountain Fortress, where a few guards are chatting. What the hell is going on? Why did the big boss suddenly call everyone back? You guys haven't heard. Know what happened. One of the brothers found the Lord of Langjiang City in the forest, seriously injured. Hearing the words City Lord, the two guys, Saitama and Fan Din Tung, widened their eyes. The boss plans to blackmail the City Lord's mansion. Once we get the ransom, we'll split up and run. We'll be set for life, blackmailing the City Lord's mansion. As expected of our boss, he's got guts. Behind a bush, Men was hiding and listening in. Seriously injured and captured by mountain bandits. No wonder his location is in a fortress deep in the forest. My current mission is to first get close to Hou Yi and understand his true personality. Then I'll tailor my approach accordingly. To understand the target better, I can't reveal my power and attract too much attention. Let me think. Okay, I've got it. I'll pretend to be a rescuer, get thrown in with the target, and then figure out my next move. Immediately after, Men stood up and shouted, "Hey, you scoundrels, tell your boss to release the city lord at once. Otherwise, don't blame me for being merciless." The guards were speechless, wondering where this weirdo came from. And just as planned, Men was immediately captured and locked up by the guards. The guards looked at him with contempt. Even a mere mortal with no cultivation wants to be a hero. He really overestimates himself. Lock him up with the other one. You should feel lucky our boss doesn't kill senselessly. With that, the group left. This tall, dark, and handsome young man was Hao Yi, the lord of Langjiang City. Hao Yi looked at Men, who was clutching his head, and asked, "They said you were a rescuer. You came to save me." Men immediately recited his prepared script. "You must be the city lord, right? This humble one has admired you for a long time. I happened to be in the mountains and overheard those men kidnapping you. So I fought them. My lord, there's no need to thank me. It was my duty." Hearing Men's bullshit, Hao Yi saw red. He immediately kicked Men hard in the ass. "Thank you, my ass. What's a mortal like you trying to show off for? If you have no power, don't you know to go report it to the city lord's mansion? Now look what you've done. What good are you?" Men with several new lumps on his head cried, "Boo-hoo! My lord, this humble servant knows his mistake now. My intention to save my master was good. Damn this guy. I'll endure it for the mission reward, Invincible, but this dude is way too violent. Something feels off." "Shut up, you fool." Suddenly a chef entered the dungeon carrying a bowl of rice. The sight of the 8 dishes before him made Hao Yi suspicious. "Here, this is your dinner." Suddenly the chef looked over at the guard next to him, his face streaming with tears. "My lord city master, I am the chef of this place. I am an admirer of yours, and I intend to rescue you both. They're holding a banquet tonight. At that time, I'll serve them drugged food that will make them all pass out. Just wait for my good news. You can rest assured." With that, the chef quickly left. Hao Yi remained suspicious of him. Why do I get the feeling I've seen this guy somewhere before? The scene shifts to that night. The whole gang is partying hard, vowing not to stop until they're completely drunk. In the kitchen, the chef is preparing to drug the food just as planned. Meanwhile, the chef's wife was pleading with him, "My dear husband, please don't do this. These mountain bandits saved our lives. If they hadn't stepped in to help us back then, we would have been killed by those wicked people. You're repaying their kindness with evil." But the chef was stubborn. "So what, they're still bandits? But they're good people. They only rob from the rich to give to the poor. Isn't that what you used to say?" "Don't say another word. My mind is made up. This is the only way for me to climb out of this pit to give you a better life. I have to rise above everyone else. This could be my only chance. I have to seize it." The crazed look on the chef's face terrified his wife. A moment later, the chef ran down to the dungeon to share the good news. "My lord, everything is ready. Let's go." Hearing this, but the expressions on the 2 prisoners' faces were anything but happy. Outside, they saw the bandits all sleeping as if they were dead. "Well done. I, the city master, always reward those who help me. I'll reward you handsomely when we return." "Thank you, Lord City Master. But there's one more small thing I need you to do." "Please, my lord, ask anything. I'd do 10 tasks for you, not just one." Hao Yi raised a hand to his neck, making a slicing gesture. "Go on. Kill them all. That's the only way to make sure they can't come after us." Hearing Ho Yi's words, the three of them were thunderstruck. The man beside him looked bewildered. What's with this guy? He's even more ruthless than Neja. The chef and his wife hesitated. Ho Yi pressed on. Is it decisive action or a senseless massacre? What's the matter? Can't you do it? The wife pleaded. My husband, you can't do this. If you do this, you'll face karmic retribution, I swear it. Ho Yi added, this is your chance to make it big. Don't you dare let it slip away. I know that even though these men are bandits, they have a good reputation, but I want them dead. So what's your choice? The chef was still contemplating. The other prisoner was also trying to figure out how to save the bandits. This guy is so brutal. What can I do? Even though these bandits captured me, it was because I intentionally provoked them. They were just going to let me go after getting the ransom. That life-saving item Little King Yama gave me. It's time to use it. It allows me to enter a state of feigned death for a short period. Afterwards, any injury, no matter how severe, will heal. These men only steal money. They don't deserve to die for it. Ho Yi said impatiently, Well, have you decided yet? The chef finally made his decision. He drew his knife and went to work. What followed was a scene of blood splattering everywhere. The chef was resolute as long as he could climb higher. Any sacrifice was worth it. The next morning, the city master of Longyang kept his word. Just as he'd promised, as soon as they returned to the manor, he bestowed riches upon the chef, not just money, but women too. For a man who had struggled his entire life, this felt like a dream. In the city master's room, Ho Yi was reading a report. So, have you investigated the matter thoroughly? Reporting, my lord. Yes, it has all been investigated. That chef. He previously participated in many imperial examinations. He not only won an award, but even met you. However, you later gave the position to one of your own trusted men. After you rejected him, he and his wife left Longjiang. On their journey, they ran into some thugs and were saved by the Longhu bandits. With nowhere else to go, he ended up joining them. And he's been making a living as a cook ever since. I knew he looked familiar, so we have met before. This guy has a future. To harbor such a deep grudge, yet show no sign of it on his face. Bring him to me. I have something I want to say to him. The scene cuts to the chef. The chef takes a blissful sip from his wine cup. Ah, what fine wine. Just as you'd expect from a gift from the Lord City Master himself. Haha, you certainly adapt quickly. I haven't seen you for just a few days, and you already carry yourself like a member of the upper class. The chef clasped his hands in gratitude. It is all thanks to your grace, my lord. You have women and money now. Would you like to take the next step and grasp something even more interesting? More interesting. What might that be, my lord? What else could it be? Power, of course. At the mention of power, the chef began kowtowing profusely. Thank you, Lord City Master. You are truly my second parent. Don't thank me yet. I need to test some of your qualities first. Anyone who follows me to do great things must be able to cast aside petty sentiment and weakness. Please, my lord, name your test. Whatever it is, I guarantee I will accomplish it for you. Then Ho Yi made a twisted proposal that made the chef's face drain of all color. Up above, the protagonist witnessed this scene and couldn't help but wonder. This guy's personality was quite twisted, totally not worth it. But what should be done about the reward? The main storyline isn't for ordinary people, so I can just casually increase my potential points. The scene changes to the living room of the city lord's mansion. The chef suddenly packs his clothes, planning to get the hell out of there. His wife asks worriedly, My dear husband, what on earth happened? Why do we have to leave in such a hurry? Things were fine this morning, but after meeting the city lord, Don't even mention that city lord's name again. He's a demon, a sick, perverted animal. What in the world happened? Let's talk on the road. First, we have to leave this godforsaken place. I really don't want to stay here for another moment. The scene changes to outside the city. My love, what happened? Can you tell me now? That beast said he wanted to give us an official position. Oh, isn't that a good thing? Good, my ass. He said I'm still too soft and weak. He told me to kill you, my wife, and bring him your head as proof of my loyalty. The wife was horrified. How could he? At worst, we'll just forget about wealth and status. No matter what, I'll follow you. He has no idea what we've been through. And yet he opens his mouth and demands I kill you. That damn beast deserves to die. All right, don't be angry. Don't get upset over someone who isn't worth it. How could an official like him understand? because he's never been through days like these. Let's go. We have to get out of this wretched place quickly. Seeing the chef like this, his wife was happy to go with him regardless of the hardships. A short while later, night had fallen. The couple was asleep when suddenly the chef opened his eyes, his face filled with killing intent. He rummaged through his bag and pulled out a knife. He was about to attack his wife when she suddenly woke up. Even so, the chef had been blinded by power and money. Damn it. Why couldn't you just stay sound asleep? Why did you have to wake up and make things so difficult for me? Then he raised the knife and stabbed down hard. After the deed was done, tears streamed down the chef's face. The next morning, at the Langjiang City Lord's mansion, Ho Yi was laughing with delight. Haha, not bad at all. This is the look of someone destined for great things. The chef's face was a crumpled mess. Ho Yi continued to give orders. Little Chi, go get him a deputy's uniform. Yes, my lord. Hearing the title of deputy, the chef's face lit up with joy, but his happiness didn't last long as Ho Yi suddenly changed his tune. That's right. Wait a moment. I just remembered one more little thing. Killing someone, doesn't that violate my Langjiang laws? The chef's face paled. My lord, what do you mean by that? Weren't you the one who told me to do it? Enough talk. The chef was immediately dragged away to be executed. He kept muttering, I can't believe it. But why? Why in the end? Why would you scheme against a lowly servant like me? I don't understand. Since you're going to die anyway, I'll tell you. I schemed against you because you're too much like me. Although this king was born in the noble city lord's mansion, I was the lowest of the low, an illegitimate child with no connection to the title of city lord, but I was never content with that position. I had to walk the path of cultivation to fight for my place. I would do anything and pay any price for it. Along the way, I killed many people. Some were guilty, some were innocent. Men, women, children, including my own brothers. Even my own father. This throne was built on blood. That is what led to my achievements today. The chef howled like a dog. So what the hell does that have to do with me? No. The chef roared, his eyes bloodshot. I have no conflict of interest with you. Ho Yi scratched his chin and replied, some of those dear brothers of mine once said the exact same thing as you, but I killed them all. Because hungry wolves like us will never be content to stay beneath another. Am I wrong? Hearing this, the chef broke out in a cold sweat. At that moment, Hao Yi's hand, engulfed in flames, reached toward him. The chef could only watch with wide eyes as the palm strike. Bang! Slammed into his body. The flames spread, engulfing him completely. The chef was speechless with pain. The fire palm burned stronger and stronger, showing no sign of stopping. Seeing the chef in this state, Hao Yi gave a cruel smile. After a few seconds, he was burned to a blackened corpse. Hak Nan slowly walked up behind the execution platform. He hid to one side, muttering, I've already saved the chef's wife. The thing in the box was an illusion spell, but I really didn't want to spare these two. For an unrelated matter, not only did I not get a reward, but I also had to waste a card. It's not worth it. Suddenly, Ho Yi turned around and said to our protagonist, Have you enjoyed the show long enough? You're no ordinary mortal, are you? With a cold expression, our protagonist stepped out directly. His opponent threw a punch at him. I don't care who you are. Go die with him. Hao Yi leaped towards our protagonist, more than 10 earth fists following behind him. A huge explosion occurred, and tremors shook the entire area. Hak Nan was pushed back. He had to dig his feet into the ground to reduce the force from his opponent's fists. If that's how it is, then I don't need to force a reason for myself anymore. Let's see if I can solve this by relying on my own strength. This current body has far surpassed my old one. Earth spiritual energy enveloped his body. Seeing this, Ho Yi didn't hesitate to leap up, his entire being radiating a terrifying aura. Hixian was no pushover either. He created an energy beast in front of him. The crowd buzzed with excitement. They're fighting! They're fighting. This is amazing. Get out of the way. I want to go first. Seeing this, Hao Yi immediately unleashed his myriad arrows pierce the heart technique. His earth spiritual energy transformed into countless after-images rushing toward his opponent. Countless arrows fell from the sky, blocking all of He Xian's escape routes. He calmly stepped forward. Come on, then. A massive number of energy beasts shot straight up. Each one precisely intercepted an earth arrow. Ho-Yi's jaw dropped. What kind of technique is this? How could they all be shattered with such precision? Explosions continuously erupted in midair. This is just like a Hongqi anti-aircraft missile defense system. Seeing this, Ho-Yi unleashed another move. Let's see if you can defend against this. Suddenly, he felt a heat above his head. The energy beast had gathered into a large sphere. Ho-Yi was completely shocked. Huh, since when was that thing there? Are you trying to sneak attack me? How despicable. I'm telling you I didn't do anything. They did it themselves. Do you believe me? Just then, the energy beast successfully merged. Without hesitation, it shot straight down. Ho-Yi, stunned, couldn't react in time as he watched the energy beast fly towards him. Another explosion erupted. Thick smoke filled the air, and rocks and dirt flew everywhere. A crater was blasted into the ground. At this moment, Ho-Yi lay on the ground, his body only intact from the waist up. Hsien stood motionless, watching the scene. What the hell is this? Is he dead? No way. There must be some kind of trick. A moment later, the man poked Ho-Yi's body with a stick. He's really truly dead. I've gotten a lot stronger, but it's not so exaggerated that I can instantly destroy a target without even using a card. Or there's another possibility. It's simply that this Ho-Yi guy was too weak. Hsien stood up and pulled a spirit stone from his bag to examine it. Is the early Golden Core stage really this weak? This is the first time I've encountered such a weak target. I guess it was just a waste of time. In the sky above, two figures took in the entire scene. Hsien smiled and watched silently. Hao-Yi, bewildered, asked, "What the hell just happened?" This treasure of mine can show you a future timeline, but you can only watch. You cannot interfere with what was once a red demon spirit. That idiot who just died a miserable death before your eyes. That is the future path after you choose to fight for the position of City Lord at all costs. How about it, seeing an end like that? Now, will you still choose to fight for the City Lord position at all costs? It took you 15 years to reach the early Golden Core stage. Isn't that quite different from your expectations? An unwilling Hao-Yi clenched his fists. Before me, this is the only choice I have. Seizing the position of City Lord by any means necessary is the best solution to obtain cultivation resources. The key is to fight for them. On this point, I am absolutely not wrong. Oh, is that so? Then let me show you something else. Spiritual energy gathered in his two fingers. He tapped the other's forehead. Ho-Yi's entire body lit up, and he was transported to another space. Where on earth is this? That is another timeline. Look at your future. Hao-Yi looked down and saw a group of people in black cloaks surrounding his future self. They charged without hesitation. Kid Hao-Yi, you absolutely should not have let us surround you like this. No matter how strong your archery is this time, you can't escape. Ho-Yi paid them no mind and condensed a stream of spiritual energy in his hand. The black-cloaked group charged excitedly. Let's go, brothers! Hao-Yi's eyes lit up. He created more than 10 arrows in his hand and shot them towards the enemy. The enemies in front of him were hit by the arrows and almost completely wiped out. Ho-Yi turned to look behind him. So what if you know we're behind you? It's already too late. Hao-Yi brought his two hands together, forming an arrow of spiritual energy. The black-cloaked man's pupils widened in fear. The arrow exploded, creating tiny rays that shot towards the enemies. It wiped out the entire group of black-cloaked people. Ho-Yi looked coldly to his right. Who told you? I only know how to use a bow and arrow. I just happen to like it a little more. After speaking, he aimed his bow at the opponent. Ho-Yi unleashed his attack without hesitation. The black-cloaked man used all his strength to create a shield in front of him, but it was useless. A hole was still pierced through his body. Ho-Yi dusted off his clothes and walked away coldly. At this moment, the man suddenly asked, "How is that?" 13 half-step immortals dealt with in just 3 moves. This level of strength is more than just one level higher than in your previous timeline, isn't it? You want to know why don't you? You probably still don't realize what the difference is. Am I right? The reflected scenery, the techniques, the habits, the details all around, it all fits perfectly. It can't be fake. Ho-Yi turned to ask the person next to him, wanting to know. I beg you, big brother, tell me the reason. But in reality, there isn't much of a difference. It's just that the choices were a little different, that's all. During this period of your life, you didn't choose the power struggles in Jiangcheng village. Feeling it was meaningless, you chose to leave completely. After that, in the #1 Grand Sect, you discovered your own extraordinary talent for controlling artifacts. A great artifact master from the Heavenly Palace took notice of you and took you as his disciple. At only 30 years old, you've already reached a level that geniuses of the same age in the Heavenly Palace can only admire. In contrast to that future path of yours, you still feel that your own talent isn't enough, don't you? How Yi stood motionless, deep in thought. Water benefits all things, yet it does not contend. The principle behind this saying is very profound. I don't expect you to grasp it right now. It is all. I just wanted to say a little something. At the very least, get closer to truly outstanding people, broaden your own horizons. Don't waste your life in a narrow, decaying place over trivial, meaningless matters. That would be too much of a waste of your true talent. A glint of light flashed in Hao Yi's eyes. I understand. Ding mission completed. Hao Yi's worldview has undergone a major change. Potential value increased by 38%. Mission complete. Reward being distributed, Peak Yang Jian card. Damn, this is awesome. So cool. Now I have 2 of them. Congratulations, host, for completing the first stage of the 5th main mission, restoring the true self's original body. Ming asked in confusion, Original body? What's that? What the blinding flash of light appeared before his eyes. It enveloped He Xian's entire body, and then he was sucked straight into the sky. A giant sword pierced straight through He Xian, instantly shattering his bones and turning him to dust. A golden light radiated from the surroundings, growing larger and larger, scaring the soul out of Hao Yi, who was standing right next to him. The mountain they were just on has now become a chasm, hundreds of zhang deep. The people in the city stared in terror at that terrifying pillar of light. Scene changes to Ming's location. He was standing there in a daze looking at the universe, not yet having collected himself. Then another stream of spiritual energy shot through his body. This is He Xian's body. It recovered instantly. A massive amount of spiritual energy, like a storm, poured into him. He Xian's body has now been restored to its original Pangu form. Pangu who separated heaven and earth. So, this is my true body. Is it? Does this mean the system has just been sealing my inherent power all along? If so, throughout my mortal life, I often dreamed of the separation of the clear and the turbid, the creation of heaven and earth. Could there be some connection between these 2 lives? Why do I always have an extremely bad feeling about this? Ming touched his forehead, thinking, my head hurts. Suddenly a voice appeared from the sky. Brother Pan, you finally recovered a little. We haven't seen each other in over 10 years. I've really missed you, brother. Consider this girl a welcome gift for you to practice with Brother Pan. A giant hand loosened its grip. Medusa was enveloped in a golden light. She screamed as a surge of dark power erupted from her. Here, have fun playing with her. She looked furiously toward the sky. You bastard, making me sleep for so long. And then just taking off like that. This aura, it's you, kid. I'll take my anger out on you. A dense killing intent radiated from her eyes. He calmly looked at the attack. He currently had a feeling that there was fundamentally no need to dodge. He Xian took the full force of the extremely powerful palm strike. The dust settled. He appeared completely unharmed. As expected, not even a scratch on my skin. How is this possible? I clearly fought him before. There must be some trick here. She summoned lightning. Thunder roar. Countless lightning bolts shot straight towards Ming. The dust settled again. He Xian stood there without a single scratch. How is he not injured? She stared at him. Her jaw dropped. Something's not right. Something is definitely not right. A wise person knows when to retreat. I must withdraw first and figure this out later. I'll use this one strongest move as cover and retreat immediately.